blood doesn't just stain floors, it rewrites the history of everyone who walks through that door. Vladimir Zhukov didn't just kill his victims. He erased them from existence, one dismembered piece at a time. Welcome to True Crime Headquarters, where every story runs darker. Tonight, we dive into 4 true crimes, each more gripping than the last. If you enjoy them, a like, comment, or subscribe helps keep the truth alive. Now, this is the story of the butcher who collected keys. We spend our lives believing walls protect us, that locks keep monsters outside and our homes remain sanctuaries of safety. But what happens when the monster doesn't break down your door? What happens when he's already been invited inside, holding the keys you willingly handed over? Vladimir Zhukov understood something most killers never grasp. Trust is the sharpest blade, and hospitality is the perfect camouflage. This isn't a story about a predator lurking in shadows. This is about a man who transformed ordinary apartments into soundproof slaughterhouses, who turned neighborly favors into death traps, and who made people disappear so completely that their own families wondered if they'd ever existed at all. Tonight, we're stepping into the blood-soaked corridors of Moscow's most calculated murderer, a man who didn't hunt in darkness but thrived in the blinding light of everyday normalcy. The monster wasn't hiding. He was your neighbor, your handyman, your friend. And by the time you realized the truth, you were already inside his world, and the door had locked behind you. Now close your eyes, take a deep breath, and let's begin. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and leave a comment. Thank you. Moscow, 2006. The city pulsed with post-Soviet transformation, where crumbling apartment blocks stood shoulder to shoulder with gleaming new developments, where desperation and ambition collided on every corner. Amid this chaos of reinvention, Vladimir Zhukov existed as a ghost, unremarkable, forgettable, exactly the kind of man your eyes would slide past without a second thought. His appearance betrayed nothing sinister. Average height, average build, with sandy brown hair that was already thinning despite his 43 years. His clothes were perpetually wrinkled, not from carelessness but from constant wear. The uniform of a man who worked with his hands. When he smiled, which was often, his eyes crinkled at the corners with what seemed like genuine warmth. Neighbors would later describe him as helpful and quiet, those dangerously neutral words that mean nothing and everything simultaneously. But Vladimir Zhukov wasn't quiet because he was shy. He was quiet because he was listening, always listening, cataloging, learning the rhythms of lives he planned to end. He had perfected his persona over years of careful observation. He knew exactly how to position himself as indispensable without becoming intrusive. Need someone to fix a leaking pipe? Zhukov would appear with his toolkit, refusing payment, insisting it was no trouble. Locked yourself out? He could pick that lock in 30 seconds flat, joking about his misspent youth, while his fingers worked with unsettling precision. He never pushed for friendship, but he made himself available, a useful shadow who appeared when needed and vanished when the job was done. This carefully constructed facade allowed him access to something most predators could only dream of: the inside of his victims' homes. Not through force, not through deception, through invitation. Zhukov had spent the first 40 years of his life as a non-entity. Born in a forgotten village outside Moscow, he drifted through various odd jobs: construction worker, building superintendent, apartment maintenance man. He married young, a union that produced 2 children before dissolving into the kind of gray misery that characterized so many Soviet-era relationships. His ex-wife would later tell investigators that he'd been normal during their marriage. Not violent, not aggressive, just absent. As if the man sitting across from her at dinner wasn't fully present. As if some essential part of him existed somewhere else entirely. She wasn't wrong. Vladimir Zhukov's true self had always lived in a parallel dimension, one where other people weren't individuals with hopes and dreams and futures. They were objects, puzzles, opportunities. His first kill happened almost accidentally, at least, that's what he'd claim later, though investigators doubted every word that slithered from his mouth. In 2003, He'd been doing repair work in the apartment of an elderly widow named Galina Petrova. She lived alone on the fourth floor of a decrepit building in Moscow's industrial district, surrounded by yellowing photographs of a life that had abandoned her decades ago. She made him tea. She talked about her dead husband, her absent children who'd scattered across Russia pursuing lives that didn't include her. Something shifted in Zhukov that afternoon. Perhaps it was the realization of how utterly alone she was. Perhaps it was the way she'd given him her spare key in case of emergencies. Perhaps it was simply that he'd been waiting his entire life for permission to become what he truly was. He returned 3 days later, used that key, found her sleeping, and discovered that killing wasn't difficult at all. It was, in fact, remarkably easy. The act itself was clumsy, brutal. He strangled her with his bare hands, feeling her windpipe collapse under his thumbs, watching the life drain from her eyes with clinical fascination. But what happened next revealed the methodical mind that would make him one of Russia's most efficient killers. He didn't panic, didn't run. Instead, he spent 6 hours in that apartment, dismembering Galina Petrova with tools from his own kit. He wrapped the pieces in plastic bags, cleaned every surface with bleach, and removed every trace of his presence. Then he carried those bags out over several trips, disposing of them in different locations across the city. Some in dumpsters, some in the Moscow River, some in construction sites where concrete would soon pour over them forever. Galina Petrova's children reported her missing 2 weeks later. Police investigated, found nothing suspicious, and eventually classified her as one of thousands of elderly Russians who simply wandered off or died unreported in a city that had forgotten them. Zhukov had discovered something electrifying. In a place as vast and chaotic as Moscow, in a time when record-keeping was transitional and bureaucracy was overwhelmed, people could simply vanish. No body, no crime. No witness, no investigation. The city's indifference was his greatest accomplice. He waited 8 months before killing again. This time, the victim was a middle-aged man named Boris Mikhailov, a divorced construction worker who drank too much and trusted too easily. Zhukov had befriended him at their shared apartment building, bonding over vodka and complaints about their ex-wives. When Boris mentioned he'd be alone for the weekend, Zhukov saw not a friend but an opportunity. The killing was smoother this time. He'd brought the right tools. He knew how to position the body for easier dismemberment. He'd learned where to cut to minimize blood spray. He'd studied, in those 8 months, like a dedicated student preparing for the most important examination of his life. Boris Mikhailov disappeared. His ex-wife assumed he'd gone on another drinking binge. His employer assumed he'd quit without notice, as alcoholics often did. The apartment building's superintendent, Zhukov himself, assured concerned neighbors that Boris had mentioned moving to St. Petersburg for work. No investigation, no body, no crime. The pattern crystallized. Zhukov began selecting victims with predatory precision. He targeted the isolated, elderly pensioners with no regular visitors, divorced men whose families had given up on them, immigrants working illegally who wouldn't be reported missing, women who'd burned bridges with everyone who might care. He specialized in the invisible, the forgotten, those existing on the margins of a society too distracted to notice their absence. His method became ritual. First, he'd identify potential victims, spending weeks or months building trust. He'd fix their sinks, help carry groceries, share meals, listen to their loneliness with feigned empathy. He collected their spare keys with various excuses, in case of emergency, to water plants, to check on things. Each key was a trophy, a promise of future violence. When he decided someone would die, he'd wait for the perfect moment. A holiday weekend when neighbors traveled, a night when surrounding apartments were empty. He'd let himself in with that copied key, moving through their space with the confidence of someone who belonged. Sometimes they'd wake and see him standing over them, confusion flickering to terror as recognition arrived too late. Sometimes they never woke at all. The killing itself was never the point. It was merely necessary. What Zhukov craved was the aftermath, the dismemberment. He approached it with artistic concentration, each cut deliberate, each separation of joint from socket practiced and precise. He'd lay plastic sheeting across the floor, arrange his tools like a surgeon, and work methodically for hours. Bone saws, cleavers, industrial-strength garbage bags, bleach and ammonia mixed in ratios he'd perfected through experimentation. He took pieces of his victims with him, small trophies that police would later discover hidden throughout his apartment. A finger bone, a tooth, photographs he'd taken of the bodies in various states of disassembly. These weren't souvenirs of violence but documentation, proof that he'd transformed living, breathing humans into manageable components, reduced complexity to simplicity, turned the chaos of life into the order of death. Between 2003 and 2006, Vladimir Zhukov killed at least 7 people, though he'd later hint at more. Each time, he grew more confident. Each time, the gap between murders shortened. What had begun as a dark impulse evolved into something closer to routine, as mundane and necessary as eating or sleeping. He'd go to work, fix pipes, smile at neighbors, and on weekends he'd kill someone, spending Sunday afternoons dismembering bodies with the same attention he'd give to a complex plumbing repair. The most horrifying aspect wasn't the violence itself, but the seamlessness with which he integrated murder into everyday existence. He didn't need to compartmentalize because he'd never been fully human in the first place. The friendly handyman and the methodical killer weren't separate personas. They were facets of the same flat, emotionless void that had learned to mimic humanity so convincingly that nobody suspected the darkness underneath. He could share a meal with neighbors hours after butchering someone in an adjacent building. He could help an elderly woman carry groceries one day and strangle her in her sleep the next. He could attend community meetings, nodding sympathetically as people discussed neighborhood safety, all while carrying keys to a dozen apartments where he planned future murders. Moscow police would later realize they'd actually encountered Zhukov during routine investigations of several missing persons. He'd been interviewed as a witness, as a neighbor, as a building employee. Each time, he'd been helpful, cooperative, forgettable. He'd offered theories about where missing persons might have gone, suggested places they might have traveled, expressed concern with exactly the right level of emotion. Detectives had thanked him for his time and moved on, never recognizing the predator standing in plain sight. By late 2006, Zhukov had perfected his craft. He knew exactly how to kill without leaving forensic evidence. He knew which victims would go unmissed long enough for trails to grow cold. He knew how to dispose of bodies in a city with thousands of hiding places. He'd become invisible, untouchable, a perfect predator operating in perfect camouflage. But perfection is an illusion, and monsters, no matter how careful, eventually make mistakes. For Vladimir Zhukov, that mistake had a name, a face, and a family that refused to stop searching. Her name was Marina Kovalenko, and she would become the thread that, when pulled, unraveled Vladimir Zhukov's entire carefully constructed world. 28 years old, Marina worked as a translator for a small import company. She'd moved to Moscow 3 years earlier from Tula, driven by ambitions that outgrew her provincial hometown. Unlike Zhukov's previous victims, Marina wasn't isolated. She had friends who checked on her regularly, parents who called every Sunday without fail, a boyfriend who loved her with the kind of intensity that would prove fatal for her killer. She shouldn't have been on Zhukov's radar at all. She violated every criterion of his victim selection process. But obsession doesn't follow logic, and Zhukov had become obsessed. He'd first encountered Marina when doing repair work in her building. She'd been rushing out for work, nearly colliding with him in the stairwell, apologizing breathlessly in Russian tinged with a slight regional accent. She'd smiled at him, not the careful, guarded smile people give strangers, but genuine warmth, and something had cracked in Zhukov's carefully maintained facade. He began finding excuses to be near her, volunteering for repair jobs in her building, timing his departures to coincide with hers, learning her schedule with stalker-level precision. Marina, friendly but not foolish, kept interactions polite and brief. She never invited him into her apartment, never gave him her spare key. Some instinct, some primal warning system that evolution had gifted women who survived, kept her at arm's length. This caution enraged Zhukov. He was accustomed to easy access, to victims who welcomed him inside. Marina's boundaries felt like rejection, and rejection awakened something uglier than his usual cold calculation. His obsession curdled into something darker, more desperate. In October 2006, Marina complained to the building's superintendent about a persistent leak under her kitchen sink. The superintendent, overwhelmed with work, sent Zhukov. Marina hesitated when she opened the door and saw him. That hesitation, that flicker of unease, told Zhukov everything. She'd sensed something wrong about him, some emanation of wrongness that her conscious mind couldn't articulate but her instincts recognized. She let him in anyway. Social conditioning is a powerful force. Women are trained from childhood to be polite, to not make scenes, to give men the benefit of the doubt even when every nerve screams danger. Marina let him in because refusing seemed rude, seemed paranoid, seemed like an overreaction. It was the last mistake she'd ever make. Zhukov worked on the sink for 20 minutes while Marina hovered nearby, making stilted conversation, clearly uncomfortable. When he finished, she thanked him, positioned herself between him and the interior of her apartment, signaling clearly that his presence was no longer welcome. He left, but he'd been studying her locks, memorizing the mechanism. That night, he made a copy of her key using impressions he'd taken from the lock itself, a skill acquired through years of breaking and entering disguised as handyman work. He told himself he'd wait, be patient, select the perfect moment. But obsession had corroded his discipline. 3 nights later, at 2 a.m., he let himself into Marina Kovalenko's apartment. She woke to find him standing over her bed, silhouetted against the ambient light from her window. Her scream split the air, raw, primal terror that seemed to physically strike him. He'd never had a victim scream before. His previous targets had been too isolated, too shocked, too quickly subdued. Marina's scream triggered something in Zhukov, some switch flipping from calculated killer to frenzied animal. He threw himself at her, hands finding her throat, but Marina was young and desperate and fighting for her life. She clawed at his face, drawing blood, her nails raking furrows down his cheek. She kicked, bucked, refused to die quietly. The struggle lasted nearly 5 minutes, an eternity in combat measured in heartbeats and breaths. Marina's fingernails tore at his hands, his face, scratched defensive wounds into his arms. She managed to scream twice more before his grip finally cut off her air completely. When she stopped moving, Zhukov remained frozen, hands still around her throat, breathing hard, his face stinging where she'd scratched him. His carefully controlled ritual had shattered into chaos. This wasn't how it was supposed to happen. This wasn't clean, wasn't calculated. And then he heard it. Sirens in the distance. Someone had heard the screams, called the police. Panic, foreign and overwhelming, flooded through him. He'd never felt panic before. For 3 years, he'd operated with ice water calm, but now his hands shook as he stood over Marina's body. The sirens grew louder. He had minutes, maybe less. He ran, left her body on the bed, left his tools in his pocket, left skin cells and blood evidence and Marina's DNA embedded under his scratched and bleeding face. He fled down the back stairs and out into Moscow's night, finally understanding the terror his victims must have felt. Marina Kovalenko's boyfriend found her the next morning. His howls of grief echoed through the building, a sound that would haunt witnesses for years. Unlike Zhukov's previous victims, Marina's death sparked immediate, intensive investigation. She had people who loved her, demanded answers, refused to accept bureaucratic indifference. The crime scene investigators found treasure trove of evidence. Marina's skin cells under her own fingernails from the struggle, blood that wasn't hers on the sheets, scratches and defensive wounds that painted a clear picture of violent assault. And something else, slight marks on the lock cylinder suggesting it had been picked or accessed with an unauthorized key. Detective Yuri Malinin caught the case. A 20-year veteran of Moscow's Criminal Investigation Department, he'd seen thousands of murders, but something about Marina's death struck him differently. The level of violence suggested passion, rage, but the method of entry suggested calculation, planning. It was a contradiction that didn't fit standard criminal profiles. He began with the obvious suspects: the boyfriend, ex-boyfriends, co-workers, anyone who might have had personal motive. All cleared quickly. The boyfriend had been at his own apartment with verifiable witnesses. Her ex was in another city. Co-workers had solid alibis. Malinine shifted focus to the building itself. Who had access? Who knew Marina? Who could pick locks or had keys? Vladimir Zhukov's name appeared in building maintenance records. Multiple tenants mentioned him as a helpful handyman. Marina's roommate, who'd been traveling during the murder, remembered Zhukov had done repair work in their apartment just days before Marina's death. When detectives arrived at Zhukov's apartment, they noticed immediately the fresh scratches on his face, barely concealed with makeup. He explained them nervously. A neighbor's cat, a bad shaving accident, stories that contradicted each other within the same conversation. His apartment told different stories. In a locked drawer, investigators found dozens of keys, carefully labeled with addresses. Photographs of people who matched missing persons reports. Small trophies, personal items that meant nothing to anyone except the owners who'd disappeared. In his bathroom, forensic teams found traces of blood in the drain trap, blood that didn't match Zhukov's type. In his bedroom closet, wrapped in plastic and hidden behind winter clothes, they found bone fragments that DNA testing would later match to multiple victims. Confronted with this evidence, Zhukov's friendly mask finally crumbled completely. He sat across from Detective Malinine, face blank, and began to talk. Not confessing with remorse or seeking absolution, but explaining with the detached precision of someone describing a carpentry project. He'd killed at least 7 people. He said, though the number might be higher, he'd lost count. He described his methods with disturbing clarity. How he selected victims, how he gained access, how he killed and disposed of bodies. He spoke about dismemberment techniques with the same tone others might use discussing home renovation. What he never explained was why. When Malinine pushed, what drove him, what he felt, what satisfaction he gained, Zhukov simply stared, uncomprehending. The question seemed to genuinely confuse him, as if asking why he breathed or why his heart beat. Killing hadn't been a compulsion or a pleasure. It had been, in his mind, simply something he did. The only time emotion cracked through his monotone was when discussing Marina. His face tightened, hands clenched. She'd ruined everything, he said. She'd been different from the others, special, and she'd destroyed his perfect record. The fact that he'd murdered her seemed less significant to him than the fact that she'd forced him into sloppiness. As Zhukov talked, detectives cross-referenced his confessions with missing persons reports going back years. Bodies of water were dragged. Construction sites were excavated. Slowly, the full scope of his crimes emerged. A catalog of lives erased, people reduced to names on missing persons lists, families who'd spent years wondering. Some victims were identified through the trophies he'd kept. Others remained nameless, reduced to bone fragments and DNA profiles with no matches in any database. These were the truly invisible, people who'd slipped through society's cracks so completely that even death couldn't restore their identity. Marina Kovalenko's murder had done what years of careful investigation couldn't. It had revealed a monster who'd been hiding in absolute plain sight. But the revelation brought cold comfort to the families of his victims. Most would never recover their loved ones' remains. Most would never get closure, never have graves to visit, never be able to say goodbye. Vladimir Zhukov had stolen more than lives. He'd stolen grief itself, the basic human right to mourn the dead. The interrogation room in Moscow's Central Police Headquarters became a theater for horror over the following weeks. Vladimir Zhukov sat across from Detective Yuri Malinine and a rotating cast of investigators, psychologists, and prosecutors, methodically recounting murders with the emotional effect of someone reading a grocery list. Malinine had interrogated hundreds of killers throughout his career, men who killed in rage, in jealousy, for profit, for revenge. He'd sat across from psychopaths and sociopaths, sadists and opportunists. But Zhukov represented something different, something more fundamentally disturbing. Most killers revealed some spark of humanity, even if twisted beyond recognition. Zhukov revealed nothing but void. "Tell me about the first one," Malinine said during their third session, studying Zhukov's face for any flicker of emotion. "Galina Petrova, the widow." Zhukov tilted his head, considering. "She made good tea," he said finally. Very strong. The way old people like it. She showed me photographs of her husband. He'd been dead 15 years, but she still talked about him like he'd just left for work. Did you feel anything when you killed her? Curious, Zhukov replied after a pause. I wanted to know if it would be difficult, if she would struggle much. Old people's skin is very thin. I thought maybe the strangulation would be easier. He said this with the same tone someone might use discussing whether a particular type of wood was easy to saw. And was it? Easier. Yes. Her windpipe collapsed almost immediately. But then there was the noise. She couldn't scream, but there was this clicking sound, like bones settling. I hadn't anticipated that. He frowned slightly, as if disappointed by this oversight in his planning. Malinine felt his stomach turn. He'd conducted interrogations for 2 decades without losing his professional composure, but something about Zhukov's clinical descriptions bypassed his emotional defenses. Did you know you were going to kill her when you went there that day? Not consciously, Zhukov said, but I must have. I brought plastic sheeting in my toolkit. I'd never done that before. Some part of me knew. This would become a recurring theme in his confessions. Zhukov described himself as if observing someone else, as if the killer and the narrator were separate entities sharing the same skull. When pressed about his motivations, he seemed genuinely puzzled, unable to articulate any desire or compulsion beyond a vague sense that killing was something he was supposed to do, the way migrating birds know to fly south. Psychologists brought in to evaluate him struggled with classification. Dr. Elena Volkova, a forensic psychiatrist with decades of experience, spent 6 hours interviewing Zhukov and emerged looking shaken. He's not insane in any legal sense, she told Malinine afterwards. He knows right from wrong, can articulate social norms, understands consequences. But there's this profound absence where emotional connection should exist. He doesn't relate to other people as human beings. They're objects that happen to move and talk. Psychopath? Malinine asked, though he already knew the answer. Textbook, but that almost seems insufficient. Most psychopaths can at least mimic emotional connection for manipulation purposes. Zhukov doesn't even bother. He doesn't care if we understand him or condemn him. Our reactions are completely irrelevant to his internal experience. The confessions continued, each victim's story emerging in fragments. Boris Mikhailov, the alcoholic construction worker, who'd actually considered Zhukov a friend. They'd shared bottles of vodka on long evenings, talking about their failed marriages, their disappointments, their dreams that had curdled into resignation. He told me once that he thought about suicide, Zhukov recalled. Said he didn't see the point of continuing. I told him things would get better. A pause. I thought about killing him that night, but I'd already had too much vodka. I wanted to be sober for it. Why? Malinine asked. Why did you want to be sober? It required precision. You have to apply exactly the right pressure to the carotid arteries. Too little and they stay conscious. Too much and you leave finger bruises that show up clearly on autopsy. Not that there was going to be an autopsy, but I wanted to do it correctly. There were others. Anatoly Smirnov, a Ukrainian immigrant working construction illegally, who disappeared in 2004. Irina Davidova, a sex worker who'd made the fatal mistake of mentioning she had no family. Mikhail Petrov, an elderly pensioner whose routine was so predictable that Zhukov knew exactly when to strike. Each name represented not just a death but an erasure. A person scrubbed from existence with such thoroughness that most of society never noticed they'd gone. The most chilling aspect of Zhukov's methodology was its sustainability. If Marina Kovalenko hadn't scratched his face, hadn't screamed loud enough to summon help, if he'd maintained his disciplined victim selection, he might have continued indefinitely. Moscow was vast enough, chaotic enough, indifferent enough to swallow hundreds more victims without anyone connecting the disappearances. Malinine realized, with growing horror, that Zhukov represented a new category of serial killer, one adapted to modern urban anonymity, who understood that in a city of millions, strategic invisibility was the perfect camouflage. He didn't need to hide bodies in remote forests or bury them in backyards. He could hide them in the city itself, scattered across 1,000 anonymous locations. and the sheer vastness of the urban landscape would ensure they stayed hidden. How many? Malinine finally asked during their 9th session. How many people did you actually kill? Zhukov was quiet for a long moment, eyes distant, calculating. 7 that I'm certain of, he said slowly. Maybe 9. There were 2 early ones, before Galena, that might have been accidents, or might not have been. I'm not sure I can differentiate anymore. 2 before Galena? This was new information. Who? An older man in 2001. I was doing demolition work on an apartment building scheduled for renovation. He was supposed to have moved out, but hadn't. I found him sleeping in a bathtub. We struggled. He fell, hit his head. I thought about calling for help, but Zhukov shrugged. I didn't. I walled him up instead, in a section that was going to be demolished anyway. And the other? A woman. 2002. Similar situation. Abandoned building, unauthorized squatter. This time, I definitely killed her deliberately, but I wasn't sure if I was going to. So does that count as my first? Or was Galena my first? He seemed genuinely troubled by this taxonomical question, as if the distinction mattered. As the investigation expanded, police began re-examining missing persons cases across Moscow with new perspective. How many disappearances attributed to voluntary flight or accidental death might actually have been Zhukov's work? How many cold cases should be reopened? The answer was unknowable, but conservative estimates suggested Zhukov might have been responsible for 12 to 15 deaths, possibly more. His apartment yielded more horrors upon forensic examination. The walls and floorboards tested positive for blood residue in multiple locations. DNA evidence eventually matched 4 different victims. The bathroom drain trap contained biological material from at least 6 individuals. He'd been bringing trophies home, working on bodies in his own space, confident that his neighbors, the people who considered him friendly and helpful, would never suspect the carnage happening feet away. Investigators interviewed dozens of Zhukov's neighbors, colleagues, and acquaintances. The picture that emerged was consistent and deeply unsettling. Everyone described him as pleasant, reliable, utterly forgettable. No one reported warning signs. No one suspected anything amiss. He'd attended community meetings, helped elderly residents with repairs, been a model neighbor. Several women reported feeling vaguely uncomfortable around him. A subtle wrongness they couldn't articulate, but these instincts had been dismissed as paranoia or unfair judgment. Society conditions people, especially women, to ignore their gut feelings, to give others the benefit of the doubt, to not make accusations without evidence. That conditioning had given Zhukov perfect cover. Do you feel anything now? Dr. Volkova asked during their final evaluation session. Remorse? Guilt? Satisfaction? Anything? Zhukov considered this carefully. I feel inconvenienced, he said finally. I developed an efficient system. I was good at it. Now that's over. He looked at her directly, and she saw something flicker in his eyes, not emotion exactly, but something like disappointment. I wish I'd been more careful with Marina. That's the only real mistake, losing control. Everything else worked perfectly. You murdered at least 7 people, Volkova said, keeping her voice level. Destroyed families, erased lives. You feel nothing about that. Should I? Zhukov asked, genuinely curious. They were going to die eventually anyway. Everyone dies. I just made it happen sooner and with purpose instead of randomly. At least their deaths served a function. They allowed me to refine my craft. That's more meaning than most people's deaths have. This was perhaps the most chilling insight into Zhukov's psychology. He didn't see himself as doing something wrong. In his internal logic, he was solving a problem, the problem of his own need to kill, in the most efficient way possible. The victims weren't people, but components in a system he designed. Their suffering irrelevant to the functionality of that system. As spring turned to summer in 2007, prosecutors prepared their case. The evidence was overwhelming. Confessions, forensic data, witness testimony, physical evidence. Zhukov's trial would be a formality, its outcome never in doubt. But for the families of his victims, for the investigators who traced the breadcrumbs of his atrocities, The real question wasn't whether he'd be convicted. It was how many other Vladimir Zhukovs might be operating undetected in cities across Russia, across the world. How many monsters had learned the same lesson he had? That in modern urban chaos, the invisible can commit unspeakable crimes and vanish without anyone noticing? How many people disappear every year not into voluntary exile or accidental death, but into the methodical machinery of predators who've perfected the art of social camouflage? These questions hung unanswered as investigators closed their files and families buried what little remained of their loved ones. Vladimir Zhukov had revealed not just his own monstrosity, but a vulnerability in the fabric of modern society itself. A vulnerability he'd exploited with terrifying efficiency. The trial of Vladimir Zhukov began in September 2007, conducted in a heavily secured courtroom in Moscow's Central District Court. Security was necessary not because anyone feared Zhukov would attempt escape. He sat passive and detached throughout proceedings, seemingly bored by the legal theater, but because families of his victims filled the gallery, their rage palpable and dangerous. Marina Kovalenko's boyfriend, Dmitry Sokolov, had to be restrained on the trial's first day when Zhukov was led into the courtroom. He'd lunged toward the defendant, screaming obscenities and promises of vengeance, security guards pulling him back as he sobbed. Zhukov had watched this display with clinical interest, head tilted slightly, as if observing an interesting chemical reaction. The prosecution, led by senior prosecutor Natalia Ivanova, had built an overwhelming case. Forensic evidence connected Zhukov definitively to Marina's murder and circumstantially to at least 4 others. His confessions provided details only the killer could know. The trophies he'd kept, jewelry, identification cards, personal items, matched missing persons reports with painful precision. But Ivanova understood that this trial transcended mere legal proceedings. Russia, still reeling from decades of Soviet-era chaos and rapid post-Soviet transformation, needed to believe that monsters like Zhukov were aberrations, that the system could identify and stop them. The alternative, accepting that predators could operate invisibly among them, was too destabilizing to acknowledge. Vladimir Zhukov is not insane, Ivanova stated in her opening argument, her voice carrying through the hushed courtroom. He's not a victim of circumstances or mental illness. He is a cold, calculated predator who systematically identified the most vulnerable members of our society and erased them from existence. He exploited our trust, our compassion, our fundamental human decency, transforming these virtues into weapons against us. The defense, a court-appointed attorney named Pavel Rostov who'd clearly drawn the assignment nobody wanted, attempted to argue diminished capacity. Dr. Volkova's psychiatric evaluation became central to this strategy. If they could establish that Zhukov's profound lack of empathy constituted a mental defect, perhaps they could avoid the death penalty. But Dr. Volkova's testimony undermined this approach. Yes, she confirmed, Zhukov exhibited severe psychopathic traits. No, she stated firmly, this didn't constitute legal insanity. He understood his actions, knew they violated law and social norms, took deliberate steps to avoid detection. His crimes were chosen, not compelled. Mr. Zhukov knows the difference between right and wrong, Dr. Volkova testified. He simply doesn't care. That's not insanity. That's evil. The word hung in the courtroom, evil, stark and medieval amid discussions of forensic evidence and psychiatric terminology. But it resonated because it named something everyone present felt but struggled to articulate. Whatever psychological labels might apply to Zhukov, whatever diagnostic criteria he met, the substance of what he represented required older, more fundamental language. Witness testimony provided the trial's most emotionally devastating moments. Marina Kovalenko's mother, gray-haired and trembling, described the last phone conversation she'd had with her daughter 3 days before the murder. Marina had mentioned feeling uncomfortable about a handyman in her building, a vague unease she dismissed as silly. That conversation would haunt her mother for the rest of her life, the moment when maternal instinct might have saved a life, if only she'd insisted harder. Neighbors testified about Zhukov's helpfulness, his reliability, his seeming normality. A woman named Olga Nemtsova broke down on the stand, describing how Zhukov had fixed her leaking ceiling and refused payment. how she'd thought him kind and selfless. "He had dinner with my family," she sobbed. "My children liked him. He sat at my table and smiled, and the whole time." She couldn't finish, overcome by the realization that evil had eaten her food and played with her children, and she'd welcomed it into her home. The families of identified victims provided impact statements. Boris Mikhailov's sister described years of searching, of wondering if her brother had simply abandoned his life or met some terrible fate. "At least now I know," she said, her voice hollow. "But knowing doesn't help. There's no body to bury, no grave to visit. Vladimir Zhukov didn't just kill my brother. He erased him, like he never existed at all." This became a recurring theme, the unique cruelty of Zhukov's disposal methods. By dismembering and scattering his victims, he'd stolen not just lives, but the possibility of proper mourning. Families couldn't hold funerals, couldn't find closure, couldn't complete the ancient human rituals that helped the living process death. They existed in limbo, knowing their loved ones were dead but unable to properly say goodbye. When Zhukov took the stand in his own defense, against his attorney's advice, the courtroom fell into absolute silence. This was the moment everyone had waited for. The monster would speak for himself, would explain, would reveal something that made sense of senselessness. He disappointed them utterly. "I don't know what you want me to say," Zhukov stated, looking not at the prosecutor but at some point in the middle distance. "I did what I said I did. The evidence is accurate. I killed those people." He spoke as if confirming lunch plans, utterly devoid of effect. "Why?" Ivanova demanded. "Explain to this court, to these families, why you took their loved ones." Zhukov was silent for a long moment. Then, "I wanted to. That's all. I saw opportunities and I took them. Asking why is like asking why water flows downhill. It's just what happens. You chose to kill," Ivanova pressed. "You planned, prepared, executed. Those are choices." "Yes," Zhukov agreed readily. "I chose, but I don't think I could have chosen differently. It would be like choosing not to breathe. The urge was always there, waiting. I was always going to do this. The only question was when." This fatalistic worldview, this assertion that he was merely following some predetermined script, infuriated prosecutors and families alike. It absolved him of nothing legally but suggested he felt no moral responsibility, as if he were a force of nature rather than a man making conscious decisions. Under cross-examination, Zhukov displayed the same unnerving calmness that had characterized his confessions. When asked if he felt remorse, he said no. When asked if he'd kill again given opportunity, he paused thoughtfully before answering, "Probably, yes, if I could be as careful as I used to be." The courtroom erupted. Dmitry Sokolov lunged again, screaming that he'd kill Zhukov himself. Guards surrounded the defendant as objects flew toward him. Shoes, papers, anything people could throw. The judge called recess, but the chaos continued in hallways where grief and rage had finally found a focus. The defense tried damage control, arguing Zhukov's statements proved his mental incompetence. But the prosecution countered that his honesty, horrifying as it was, demonstrated lucidity. A truly insane person couldn't articulate their pathology so clearly. Zhukov understood himself perfectly. He simply didn't share society's moral framework. Throughout the trial, investigators continued working cold cases, trying to identify Zhukov's other victims. DNA evidence from his apartment led to several breakthroughs. The blood in his drain trap matched a missing Uzbek immigrant named Rustam Karimov, who'd vanished in 2005. Hair samples matched Svetlana Orlova, an elderly pensioner reported missing in 2004. Each identification brought fresh grief to families who'd spent years in agonizing uncertainty, but others remained unidentified. DNA profiles with no matches in any database. Bone fragments that could belong to anyone. Zhukov claimed not to remember all his victims' names. They'd been interchangeable to him, distinguished only by how easily they died and how efficiently he'd dismembered them. Detective Molly Neen spent hours reviewing Zhukov's confession tapes, searching for clues to other victims. One detail haunted him: Zhukov's mention of early kills that might have been accidents. The implication was clear. There might be bodies walled up in demolished buildings, buried in construction sites, hidden in locations Zhukov couldn't or wouldn't remember. Do you dream about them? Malinine asked during one final interview before sentencing. The people you killed? Zhukov considered this. No, he said finally. I don't really dream at all. Or if I do, I don't remember. Why? Most killers do, Malinine explained. They report nightmares, intrusive thoughts, psychological distress, even if they don't feel remorse. Your brain processing the trauma. Trauma? Zhukov seemed genuinely confused by the term. It wasn't traumatic. It was just something I did, like doing laundry or cooking dinner. Why would I have nightmares about laundry? This disturbed Malinine more than anything else in the case. He'd always believed that humans were fundamentally similar beneath surface differences, that everyone experienced basic emotional responses. Zhukov shattered that assumption. Here was someone who looked human, spoke human languages, functioned in human society, but lacked some essential component that made the rest of humanity human. He was an evolutionary dead end, a being that had developed intelligence without developing conscience. The trial concluded in December 2007. The jury deliberated for less than 4 hours before returning guilty verdicts on all counts. Russia had reinstated the death penalty in certain cases, but Zhukov received life imprisonment instead. Death was considered too merciful, too quick. He would spend the remainder of his existence in a maximum security prison, isolated from other inmates, living out decades in a concrete cell. At sentencing, the judge spoke directly to Zhukov. You have committed acts of such calculated cruelty that language fails to capture their full horror. You exploited the best qualities of human nature: trust, compassion, community, to facilitate unspeakable evil. This court sentences you to life imprisonment without possibility of parole. May you live a very long life, Mr. Zhukov, and may every day of that life be a fraction as uncomfortable as the terror your victims experienced. Zhukov showed no reaction. He was led away to begin his sentence, walking with the same unhurried gait he'd used when helping neighbors carry groceries or fix their plumbing. In the trial's aftermath, Moscow police implemented new protocols for investigating missing persons, particularly those who fit Zhukov's victim profile. Building maintenance workers underwent more thorough background checks. Community awareness campaigns reminded residents to be cautious about who they gave keys to, who they allowed into their homes. But everyone involved understood these measures were largely symbolic. Determined predators would adapt, would find new vulnerabilities to exploit. The uncomfortable truth was that Zhukov's success had relied not on sophisticated technique, but on exploiting a fundamental feature of modern urban life: anonymous proximity. Millions of people living in close quarters, most strangers to each other, connected by physical space but separated by indifference. Dr. Volkova published a paper analyzing Zhukov's psychology, arguing that he represented a type of predator perfectly adapted to contemporary society. We've created environments where traditional community bonds have dissolved, she wrote, where people can live next to each other for years without truly knowing one another. Predators like Zhukov thrive in these conditions. They exploit our loneliness, our atomization, our loss of communal vigilance. The families of Zhukov's victims formed a support group, meeting monthly to share grief and maintain pressure on authorities to continue investigating cold cases. Marina Kovalenko's mother became an advocate for missing persons, working with police to ensure disappearances were taken seriously, that victims weren't dismissed as voluntary runaways or unfortunate accidents. Dmitry Sokolov never fully recovered from Marina's death. He attended every parole hearing, though Zhukov would never be eligible for parole, and maintained a blog documenting his girlfriend's life, refusing to let her be remembered only as a victim. Marina was brilliant, funny, ambitious. He wrote, "She had dreams that will never be fulfilled, jokes that will never be told, children she'll never bear." Vladimir Zhukov didn't just kill her. He killed all the futures she could have had, all the people she might have touched. That's what makes him more than a murderer. He's an annihilator. In prison, Zhukov adapted with the same efficiency he'd shown in free society. He kept to himself, caused no trouble, worked in the prison workshop repairing equipment. Guards reported that he was polite, compliant, utterly unremarkable. Other inmates avoided him not because he was dangerous, but because there was something profoundly unsettling about his presence, some emanation of wrongness that even hardened criminals could sense. Psychologists occasionally visited to study him. He'd become a case study in criminal psychology textbooks, an example of extreme psychopathy. He tolerated these interviews with bland patience, answering questions with the same clinical detachment he'd shown during his confessions. When asked if he'd do anything differently, he said he'd be more careful with victim selection, would never again let obsession override discipline. "Do you understand why you're here?" one psychologist asked during a 2010 interview. "Why society had to imprison you?" "Of course," Zhukov replied. "Society has rules. I broke them. This is the consequence." It's logical. A pause. "Though I still don't understand why the rules exist. Why does it matter if I killed those people? There are billions of humans. A few less doesn't impact anything meaningful." This perspective, this genuine inability to grasp human value, represented perhaps the most disturbing aspect of Zhukov's psychology. He wasn't rationalizing evil or justifying cruelty. He truly, fundamentally couldn't comprehend why murder was wrong beyond its status as a prohibited act. The internal moral sense that develops in most humans by age 5 had simply never formed in him. He was a philosophical zombie, mimicking humanity without possessing its substance. Detective Molly Neen retired in 2011, haunted by the case. In interviews, he stated that Zhukov disturbed him more than any criminal he'd encountered in 3 decades of law enforcement. "I've dealt with monsters who enjoyed killing, who killed for profit, who killed in rage," he said. But Zhukov was different. He killed because it was something to do, because he was good at it. That indifference is somehow more terrifying than sadism. At least sadists feel something, even if it's twisted. Zhukov felt nothing at all. The years passed. Zhukov aged in prison, his hair graying, his face acquiring the lines of a man entering late middle age. He maintained perfect behavior, became a model prisoner in the most meaningless sense, following rules not from any understanding of their moral foundation, but simply because following rules was easier than facing consequences. In 2015, a journalist named Anna Belova secured permission to interview Zhukov for a documentary about serial killers. She spent 3 days talking with him, and the resulting footage provided the most extensive examination of his psychology ever captured. "Do you think about your victims?" Belova asked. "Sometimes," Zhukov admitted. "Mostly I think about the technical aspects, how I could have been more efficient, better disposal methods, cleaner kills. Not the people themselves, who they were. Why would I? They're dead. Thinking about them doesn't change anything. What about their families? The people who loved them?" Zhukov appeared genuinely puzzled. "I don't understand the question. What about them? They suffered. They still suffer. Because of what you did. Everyone suffers," Zhukov said with a shrug. "Life is suffering. I didn't invent that. I just contributed to it marginally. In 100 years, everyone involved in this, the victims, their families, you, me, will be dead anyway. None of it will matter." This nihilistic worldview, Belova realized, was the foundation of Zhukov's crimes. He didn't lack intelligence or awareness. He lacked the fundamental existential framework that gives human life meaning. To him, existence was a brief, meaningless interval between non-existence, and what happened during that interval was ultimately irrelevant. "You're 64 years old now," Belova noted. "You'll likely die in this prison. How does that make you feel?" "Disappointed," Zhukov said after consideration. "I was good at something really good, and I'll never practice that skill again. It's like being a surgeon banned from operating. The waste bothers me more than the imprisonment." The documentary aired to significant controversy. Critics argued that giving Zhukov a platform validated his worldview, that his voice didn't deserve amplification. Supporters countered that understanding such profound pathology was necessary to prevent future Zhukovs from operating undetected. What everyone agreed on was the documentary's chilling effectiveness at portraying a particular type of evil. Not the passionate, theatrical evil of movie villains, but the banal, bureaucratic evil of someone who approached murder as problem-solving. Zhukov's calm descriptions of dismembering bodies, of selecting victims based on efficiency metrics, of viewing human beings as optimization challenges, revealed something deeply disturbing about the range of possible human psychology. By 2020, several of Zhukov's victims remained unidentified. Advances in DNA technology allowed investigators to create composite images of what the victims might have looked like, releasing these to media in hopes someone would recognize them. A few identifications resulted: a young man from Moldova working illegally in construction, an elderly woman estranged from her family, a middle-aged alcoholic whose siblings had given up searching years ago. Each identification brought bittersweet resolution, answers, finally, but answers that confirmed the worst. And each identification raised the same haunting question: how many other Zhukovs operated undetected? How many people disappeared into the machinery of urban anonymity, their absences explained away as runaways or relocations, when in reality they become victims of predators who understood that in cities of millions, strategic invisibility was the ultimate weapon. The case became required study in criminal psychology programs worldwide, an example of a particular type of predator. Highly organized, emotionally flat, adapted to exploit modern urban vulnerabilities. Zhukov's methodology was analyzed, dissected, used to develop profiles and warning signs. But the most important lesson had nothing to do with forensics or psychology. It was about community, about the importance of knowing neighbors, of taking disappearances seriously, of trusting instincts when someone seems subtly wrong. Olga Nemtsova, the woman who'd fed Zhukov dinner, became an advocate for community engagement, arguing that the anonymity of modern life created hunting grounds for predators. "We have to see each other," she told audiences at community safety presentations. "Really see each other, not as faces in crowds, but as individuals." Vladimir Zhukov thrived because we'd stopped paying attention, stopped caring about the invisible people around us. We can't let that happen again. As of 2025, Vladimir Zhukov remains imprisoned in a maximum security facility outside Moscow. He's 74 years old, suffering from various age-related ailments, but his mind remains sharp. He continues to grant occasional interviews, speaking with the same affectless precision that characterized his confessions decades ago. In his most recent interview, conducted in 2023, he was asked if he'd lived his life differently given the chance. "No," he said without hesitation. "I did what I was meant to do. I was good at it. The only mistake was getting caught, and even that was educational. Everything is data. Everything teaches you something. Even this?" The interviewer asked, gesturing at the cell. 20 years in prison? Even this?" Zhukov confirmed. "I've learned that consequences exist even when you don't believe in them morally. That's useful information." The interview ended with Zhukov being led back to his cell, walking with the slow gait of an aging man but with the same unnerving calmness that had defined him throughout his life. The monster who'd hidden behind friendly smiles and helpful gestures, who'd transformed trust into murder and made people vanish like they'd never existed, would spend his remaining years in a concrete box, counting down to an irrelevant death. But the warning he represented, the lesson burned into public consciousness by his crimes, would endure. Monsters aren't always obviously monstrous. Sometimes they're the helpful neighbor who fixes your plumbing. Sometimes they're the polite man who holds the elevator. Sometimes evil wears the mask of normalcy so perfectly that you never suspect until it's far too late. And sometimes, when you hand someone your spare key, you're not inviting a neighbor into your home. You're inviting in your own annihilation, delivered with a friendly smile and dead, unfeeling eyes that see you not as a person but as an opportunity. A problem to be solved, a body waiting to be dismembered and scattered across a city too vast and indifferent to notice your absence. Vladimir Zhukov understood this truth and exploited it with terrifying efficiency. His legacy is a reminder that the price of modern anonymity might be measured in lives erased, in families destroyed, in the invisible victims who vanish into urban darkness while the city continues its indifferent rhythm around their absence. The scariest monsters aren't the ones we can see coming. They're the ones we've already let inside, the ones eating at our tables, the ones holding our keys. They're the ones we mistake for human until it's too late to realize we were wrong. If you're new here, Welcome to the channel, where we dive into true crime stories with calmness and respect. A special shout out to my amazing subscribers who've been with me from the start. Thank you for your incredible support. If you're still with me, drop a comment. Let me know where you're tuning in from and what time it is in your part of the world. Or just say hello so I know you're still here. And if you haven't already, make sure to like this video and hit subscribe so you won't miss any of our upcoming true crime stories perfect for winding down. Now, let's move on to our second story. Story 2, The Blood Cartographer. When police finally pried open the door to apartment 27, they found a calendar on the wall, each date carefully marked with a red star, each star representing a human being who would never see another sunrise. There are killers who strike in rage. There are killers who hunt for profit. And then there are those who kill with the methodical precision of an artist signing their masterwork over and over and over again. Denis Zubov didn't just take lives. He collected them. Between 2010 and 2013, this unremarkable Russian man transformed the southwestern districts of Moscow into his personal hunting ground, leaving behind a trail of brutality so systematic, so coldly calculated, that investigators would later describe his crime scenes as orchestrated nightmares. 16 confirmed victims, perhaps more that were never found, each one chosen with disturbing care, each one destroyed with escalating savagery. This is the story of a predator who walked among us, who smiled at his neighbors, who held down a job, who seemed so utterly normal that nobody suspected the monster breathing beneath his skin. This is the story of how evil doesn't always announce itself with thunder. Sometimes it whispers, patient and persistent, in the quiet spaces between heartbeats. This is the chronicle of Denis Zubov, the blood cartographer. Moscow, autumn of 2010. The city sprawled across the Russian landscape like a sleeping giant, its southwestern districts a maze of Soviet-era apartment blocks, narrow streets, and shadows that seemed to pool in corners where streetlights failed to reach. In this urban labyrinth, Denis Andreevich Zubov lived a life of extraordinary ordinariness. He was 33 years old, unmarried, employed at a modest logistics company where he processed shipping documents with the same mechanical efficiency he brought to everything else in his life. His coworkers would later describe him as quiet and polite, those dangerous adjectives that pepper the testimonies of people who lived alongside monsters without ever sensing the danger. He kept his brown hair neatly trimmed, wore unremarkable clothes purchased from unremarkable stores, and possessed a face so forgettable that witnesses would struggle to recall his features even after multiple encounters. But Denis Zubov was anything but forgettable. Beneath the carefully maintained facade of normalcy, something ancient and terrible had been growing since childhood. A darkness that fed on control, on dominance, on the ultimate power one human being could exert over another. Psychologists would later theorize about the origins. An absent father, a domineering mother, childhood trauma buried so deep that even Zubov himself might not have been able to excavate it. But theories are cold comfort to the dead, and Denis Zubov was about to begin leaving bodies in his wake. His first confirmed victim was Marina Svetlova, 28 years old, a woman whose only mistake was accepting a ride from a helpful stranger on a rainy October evening. Marina worked as a cashier at a local supermarket, pulling double shifts to support her aging mother and save money for a future that would never arrive. Security footage from that night showed her leaving work at 11:47 p.m., umbrella-less, hunching her shoulders against the downpour that turned Moscow streets into rivers of reflected neon. Somewhere between the supermarket and her apartment, a distance of merely 14 blocks, Marina Svetlova encountered Denis Zubov. How he approached her, what words he used to gain her trust, these details died with Marina. But witnesses reported seeing a woman matching her description getting into a dark-colored sedan near Prospect Vernatskogo around midnight. The car drove off into the rain-soaked darkness, and Marina Svetlova vanished from the world of the living. 3 days later, a man walking his dog in a patch of neglected woodland near the Butovo district made a discovery that would haunt him for the rest of his life. The dog had pulled away from its leash, drawn by a scent that animals recognize instinctively as wrong, as corrupted. When the owner pushed through the underbrush, calling for his pet, he found Marina. The crime scene was a masterclass in degradation. Marina's body had been arranged with deliberate care, positioned on her back with arms crossed over her chest in a grotesque mockery of peaceful repose. But there was nothing peaceful about what had been done to her. The medical examiner's report, clinical in its language but horrifying in its implications, documented multiple stab wounds, 17 in total, concentrated around the chest and abdomen. The weapon had been a knife with a blade approximately 15 centimeters long, wielded with enough force to chip bone. But the stabbing had come later, after hours of torture. Ligature marks encircled Marina's wrists and ankles, deep grooves that told of prolonged restraint and desperate struggle. Burns dotted her skin, circular marks consistent with cigarette burns, systematically placed along her arms and legs in patterns that suggested experimentation rather than rage. Her fingernails had been torn away, several of them completely removed, leaving raw beds of exposed flesh that had bled profusely before death finally granted mercy. The cause of death was exsanguination. She had bled out from her wounds, but the timeline suggested she had survived for hours, perhaps as long as 8 to 10 hours, before her body finally surrendered. The horror of those hours, the pain and terror that Marina Svetlova endured in her final moments, defied comfortable contemplation. And then there were the eyes. Denis Zubov had removed them, both eyes surgically excised with something sharp and precise, leaving empty sockets that stared at nothing. The eyes themselves were never recovered, leading investigators to the disturbing conclusion that Zubov had kept them as trophies, souvenirs of his conquest, tokens of ultimate control. The investigation into Marina's murder began with typical procedural efficiency. Detectives canvassed the area, interviewed her coworkers and family members, reviewed security footage from businesses along her route home. But the rain had washed away potential evidence, and the location where her body was discovered was secluded enough that no witnesses had seen anything unusual. The case generated local news coverage for several days before fading from public consciousness, relegated to the growing file of unsolved homicides that plagued Moscow's overworked police department. Denis Zubov watched the news coverage with satisfaction. In his small apartment, he reviewed his own private documentation of the event, photographs he had taken, items he had collected, memories he replayed with the devotion of a scholar studying sacred texts. He had crossed a threshold, transformed fantasy into reality, and discovered that reality tasted even sweeter than imagination. The cooling-off period lasted 6 weeks. His second victim was Olga Baranova, 34, a divorced mother of one who worked as a pharmacy technician. Olga's daughter stayed with her father on weekends, a custody arrangement that had been contentious but had finally settled into routine. On a Friday evening in late November, Olga dropped her daughter off at her ex-husband's apartment and drove home, looking forward to a quiet weekend of rest and solitude. She never arrived. Olga's car was found 2 days later in a supermarket parking lot, locked and undamaged, her purse still on the passenger seat with wallet and phone intact. It was as though she had simply evaporated, stepped out of reality through some invisible doorway. Her frantic ex-husband filed a missing persons report within hours, certain that something terrible had happened despite police assurances that adults often disappeared voluntarily for short periods. He was right to be afraid. 12 days after her disappearance, a construction crew working on a renovation project in an abandoned factory complex in the Chertonovo district made a discovery that would link 2 murders and confirm the presence of a serial predator. Behind a false wall in the factory's basement, a space that had once served as a storage room but had been sealed off decades ago, they found Olga Baranova. The decay had progressed further than with Marina, making the examination more difficult, but the pattern was unmistakable. Ligature marks, systematic torture, multiple stab wounds, 23 this time, a number that suggested growing confidence or escalating rage. And the eyes, once again removed with surgical precision, taken as trophies by a killer who was refining his signature. But Olga's murder revealed something even more disturbing. Zubov had kept her alive longer. The forensic analysis suggested she had been held captive for days before being killed, imprisoned in darkness while her captor visited to inflict new torments. The concrete floor beneath where her body lay showed scratch marks from her fingernails, desperate gouges in the stone that spoke of attempts to escape, or simply the mindless scrabbling of someone whose sanity had shattered under the weight of unendurable suffering. Moscow's police department could no longer dismiss these as isolated incidents. A task force was assembled, bringing together investigators from multiple districts. The press, catching wind of the connection, began running stories about a serial killer stalking the city's southwestern neighborhoods. Citizens were warned to be cautious, to avoid traveling alone at night, to trust their instincts about suspicious strangers. But Denis Zubov wasn't a suspicious stranger. He was the helpful man who offered directions, the polite neighbor who held doors open, the quiet coworker who never drew attention. He moved through the city like a ghost, visible but unnoticed, collecting potential victims the way other people collected stamps. December brought victim number 3, Tatiana Volkova, 26, a graduate student studying linguistics at Moscow State University. Tatiana was brilliant, ambitious, passionate about her research into Slavic language patterns. She had a boyfriend, a close-knit group of friends, and dreams of becoming a professor. None of it mattered when Denis Zubov selected her. She disappeared after a late-night study session at the university library, last seen by the security guard as she left through the main entrance at 1:15 a.m. The guard remembered her because she had joked about pulling an all-nighter, her arms full of books, her face bright with the enthusiasm of someone pursuing knowledge they loved. Tatiana's body was discovered 6 days later in another abandoned location. A condemned apartment building scheduled for demolition, its interior gutted and hollow, a perfect place for screaming that nobody would hear. The pattern continued: restraint, torture, stabbing, eyes removed. But with Tatiana, Zubov had added a new element to his ritual. Her body bore evidence of sexual assault, a violation that previous victims had been spared. The monster was evolving, becoming bolder, adding new dimensions to his depravity. And the worst realization for investigators was this: he was accelerating. The time between victims was shrinking, suggesting a hunger that grew with each feeding rather than being satisfied by it. By the end of December 2010, 3 women were dead, their eyes staring from some secret collection that Denis Zubov maintained, and the city of Moscow was beginning to understand that it was being hunted by something truly monstrous. The new year arrived with Moscow wrapped in snow and ice, the city's usual chaos muted by winter's white blanket. But beneath the picturesque veneer, fear had begun to metastasize through the southwestern districts like cancer spreading through tissue. Women changed their routines, avoided walking alone, scrutinized every stranger with suspicion. Men found themselves regarded with wariness, their innocent gestures misinterpreted as potential threats. The social fabric that held communities together had begun to fray, and Denis Zubov watched it all with cold satisfaction. For him, the fear was almost as intoxicating as the killing itself. He understood that his actions were creating ripples that extended far beyond his immediate victims, touching hundreds or thousands of lives with dread. This sense of power, of holding an entire population in the grip of anxiety, fed something deep within his psyche. He was no longer just Denis, the logistics worker. He had become something larger, something that mattered, something that would be remembered. January 2011 brought victim number 4, but this time, something went wrong. Her name was Svetlana Morozova, 41, a middle school teacher who had spent her career shaping young minds with patience and dedication. Svetlana was walking home from a colleague's birthday celebration on a Tuesday evening when Zubov approached her. The precise details of their encounter remained unknown, but what was certain was that Svetlana fought back with unexpected ferocity. Witnesses reported hearing a commotion near the entrance to Southwestern Park around 9:30 p.m. A woman's shout, quickly cut off, followed by the sound of a struggle. By the time anyone investigated, both Svetlana and her attacker had vanished, but they left behind evidence. A broken watch with distinctive markings, later identified as belonging to a man, and traces of blood that DNA analysis would eventually match to Zubov himself. Svetlana's body was found the next morning in a drainage ditch near the park, and the brutality suggested rage rather than Zubov's usual methodical approach. She had been stabbed 47 times, far more than previous victims, in a frenzied attack that spoke of loss of control. Her eyes had been removed, maintaining the signature, but the precision was compromised. Some wounds were superficial, others wildly misplaced, as though inflicted by someone in a state of emotional chaos. The autopsy revealed why. Svetlana had injured her killer. Deep scratch marks on what appeared to be defensive wounds suggested she had clawed at her attacker's face and arms, drawing blood, marking him. She had fought until her last breath, denying him the complete domination he craved, and this defiance had enraged him into a killing frenzy that deviated from his established pattern. For the first time, investigators had a DNA sample from the killer. The technology of 2011 Russia wasn't as sophisticated as what Western nations employed, but it was enough to establish a genetic profile. If they could find a suspect, they could match him definitively. The net was beginning to tighten, though Denis Zubov didn't yet realize it. He took 3 weeks to recover, both physically and psychologically, from the encounter with Svetlana. The scratches on his face raised questions at work. He claimed a neighbor's cat had attacked him, but mostly people accepted the explanation without scrutiny. Ordinary Denis? Clumsy with animals. Nothing to see here. But the incident had rattled him. For the first time since beginning his killing spree, he had confronted the reality that his victims were not passive objects but human beings capable of resistance. This realization didn't inspire remorse. Remorse required empathy, and Zubov's capacity for empathy had withered long ago, if it had ever existed. Instead, it inspired adaptation. Victim number 5 demonstrated this evolution. Anna Belova, 32, a waitress who worked the night shift at a 24-hour diner. Anna was accustomed to late nights and city dangers, always aware of her surroundings, always cautious. But caution couldn't protect against a predator who had learned patience. Zubov stalked Anna for 2 weeks before making his move, learning her schedule, identifying vulnerabilities, waiting for the perfect opportunity. When it came, a night when her usual ride home called in sick, forcing her to take public transportation, he was ready. The abduction happened at a bus stop, swift and efficient. Zubov had parked his car nearby, approached Anna with a fabricated story about needing directions, then deployed a taser he had purchased illegally. The electrical shock dropped Anna instantly, her body convulsing before going limp. Witnesses later reported seeing a man helping a drunk woman into his car, an act that seemed chivalrous rather than sinister. By the time anyone thought to question it, Zubov and his victim were miles away. Anna's captivity lasted 4 days, a new record that spoke to Zubov's growing confidence. He had established a new killing location, a rented storage unit in an industrial complex where he could work without interruption. The unit was registered under a false name, paid for in cash, and situated in a facility with minimal security and negligent management. What happened to Anna Belova during those 4 days remains partially unknown because the dead cannot testify. But the forensic evidence painted a horrific picture. Burns from multiple sources including acid, systematic bone fractures inflicted with blunt instruments, evidence of repeated assault, and wounds consistent with amateur medical experimentation. Zubov had been using her as a subject, testing the limits of human endurance, documenting responses to different types of pain. When Anna finally died, from a combination of shock, blood loss, and organ failure, Zubov performed his now familiar ritual. The removal of her eyes, carefully preserved in a solution he had researched and prepared. Then he disposed of her body in a wooded area near the Moscow Ring Road, making minimal effort to conceal it. Let them find her. Let them see his work. Let them fear. The discovery of Anna's body triggered something close to panic in Moscow's law enforcement. 5 victims in just over 3 months, and the killer was becoming bolder, more brazen, more sadistic. The task force expanded, bringing in profilers and investigators from other regions. The media coverage intensified, with daily updates and growing public pressure for results. But Denis Zubov remained invisible, protected by his extraordinary ordinariness. March brought victim 6, Elizaveta Liza Kuznetsova, just 23 years old, a recent college graduate working her first real job as a graphic designer. Liza was everything Zubov's previous victims had been. Alone at the wrong time, vulnerable, accessible. She disappeared after working late at her design studio, her bicycle found chained outside the building the next morning, her apartment empty and undisturbed. Liza's youth seemed to inspire particular cruelty in Zubov. When police found her body 8 days later in an abandoned factory complex, the medical examiner wept while conducting the autopsy, a rare breakdown of professional composure that spoke to the horror of what had been done. The torture had been extensive and innovative. Zubov had used tools purchased from hardware stores to inflict wounds that demonstrated shocking anatomical knowledge. He had kept Liza conscious through most of the ordeal, using stimulants to prevent her from escaping into unconsciousness. The psychological torture had been equally severe. He had forced her to watch as he methodically destroyed photographs of her family that he had stolen from her apartment, burning them one by one while describing in detail what he would do to her next. The stabbing, when it finally came, must have seemed like mercy. 63 wounds, concentrated in areas that would maximize pain while delaying death. And the eyes, always the eyes, removed with surgical precision and taken as trophies. By late spring of 2011, Denis Zubov had killed 6 women, and the pattern was unmistakable. He was accelerating, both in frequency and brutality. Each victim represented an escalation in depravity, as though he were pushing himself to discover new boundaries of human suffering. Victim 7 arrived in May. Oksana Petrova, 37, a single mother of 2 who worked as a nurse at a local clinic. Oksana's disappearance was particularly tragic because she had been working a double shift to earn extra money for her children's summer camp. She left the clinic at 3 a.m., exhausted, and walked to the nearest bus stop. She never boarded the bus. Security footage from a nearby convenience store captured the abduction, though the quality was poor and the suspect's face remained obscured. What the footage showed was enough to confirm investigators' worst fears. The killer was operating with practiced efficiency, striking quickly and vanishing without trace. Oksana's captivity lasted 6 days, during which time her desperate children filed missing person reports and her ex-husband organized search parties. None of it mattered. By the time her body was discovered in a concrete culvert beneath an overpass, she had been dead for 48 hours, killed with the same methodical brutality that characterized all of Zubov's work. But with Oksana's murder, a pattern emerged that investigators had missed. All of the victims had been women who lived alone or were alone at the time of abduction. All had been taken from the southwestern districts of Moscow. All had been held for extended periods before being killed, and all bore the same signature wound, the removal of their eyes. The profile was building, but profiles are only useful if they lead to suspects. And despite thousands of man-hours invested in the investigation, despite public appeals and witness interviews and forensic analysis, the task force remained frustratingly far from identifying their killer. June 2011 saw victims 8 and 9 in rapid succession. Maria Sokolova and Irina Lebedeva, both in their early 30s, both abducted within days of each other. The accelerating timeline suggested that Zubov's psychological state was deteriorating, or perhaps evolving into something even more dangerous. He was no longer satisfied with single victims. He needed more, faster, the addiction demanding ever-increasing doses. Maria was a librarian who loved books more than people, a quiet soul who caused no harm and sought none in return. Irina was a sales clerk at an electronics store, working to support her disabled brother. Neither woman knew each other, but they became linked forever in death, their bodies discovered in the same location, a derelict warehouse in the Konkovo district, displayed side by side like museum exhibits. The dual murder scene represented Zubov's most ambitious work yet. He had held both women captive simultaneously, torturing them in view of each other, forcing each to watch her companion's suffering while anticipating her own. The psychological cruelty of this arrangement demonstrated a sophistication in torture that went beyond physical pain, delving into existential terror. Both women had been stabbed repeatedly, both had their eyes removed, and both had been alive for days while Zubov conducted his experiments in agony. The scene suggested he had spent considerable time with them, perhaps sleeping in the warehouse, truly immersing himself in his work like an artist consumed by creation. By summer's end, 9 women were dead, and Moscow lived in the shadow of a predator who seemed unstoppable. The investigation had consumed massive resources, generated thousands of leads, and produced exactly 0 viable suspects. Denis Zubov continued going to work, continued living his quiet life, continued existing in plain sight while bodies accumulated in his wake. And he wasn't finished. Not even close. Autumn 2011 arrived with a chill that seemed to penetrate bone, and with it came an escalation that would push Denis Zubov's killing spree into truly nightmarish territory. If the previous victims had been brutal, what followed would redefine the concept of systematic torture and murder. Victim 10 was discovered before she even went missing, a reversal that sent shockwaves through the investigative team. Natalia Ivanova, 29, a yoga instructor known for her health consciousness and vibrant personality, was found alive but traumatized in a public park, wandering in a state of psychological collapse. She had been abducted 3 days earlier, held captive, tortured, and then released, a deviation from Zubov's established pattern that initially baffled investigators. Natalia's testimony, delivered in fragmented pieces over weeks of interviews and therapy, provided the first real insight into the mind and methods of the killer. She described being tasered at a metro station, waking in a dark room that smelled of mildew and metal, being restrained to a chair while a man in a mask, always a mask, calmly explained what he was going to do to her. And then he had done exactly as promised. The torture had been methodical, almost clinical. Zubov had documented everything, photographing each stage, narrating his actions like a surgeon teaching medical students. He had burned her with various implements, testing different temperatures and durations. He had broken bones in her fingers and toes, measuring how much pressure each required. He had cut her in precise locations, studying blood flow and pain response. But most disturbing was the psychological component. Zubov had talked throughout the ordeal, not in rage or excitement, but in calm, conversational tones. He had asked Natalia about her life, her family, her dreams. He had shared aspects of his own childhood. A domineering mother who punished him for showing emotion. A father who disappeared before his 3rd birthday. Years of being invisible, ignored, considered worthless. He had told her that making people feel pain was the only time he felt real, the only time he mattered. And then he had continued hurting her with the detached curiosity of a child pulling wings from insects. After 3 days, he had drugged her, driven her to the park, and left her alive, because he wanted someone to tell his story. He wanted the world to know that he existed, that he was powerful, that he could give life or take it according to his whim. Natalia's release was a taunt, a message to investigators. I'm in control. I decide who lives and dies. You cannot stop me. But Zubov had made a mistake. Natalia, despite her trauma, was a survivor with a keen eye for detail. She provided descriptions of the room where she had been held, sounds she had heard through the walls, even a partial license plate number from when she was briefly conscious during transport. It wasn't enough for an immediate arrest, but it was more than investigators had possessed before. The task force began focusing on industrial areas, abandoned buildings, places where screams wouldn't attract attention. They cross-referenced rental records, property ownership, utility usage in supposedly vacant structures. The net was tightening, though not fast enough, because while they searched, Denis Zubov was hunting again. Victim 11 was Katia Michailova, 35, a divorced accountant who had finally found happiness after years of an abusive marriage. She had recently started dating again, had reconnected with old friends, had begun to believe that joy was possible. That optimism died on an October evening when she accepted a seemingly innocent offer of help with her broken-down car on a dark street. Katia's abduction was captured on a distant surveillance camera, grainy footage that showed a man approaching a woman beside a car with its hood raised. A brief conversation, then both figures moving out of frame. By the time her family reported her missing the next day, she had already endured 12 hours of torture that would continue for 5 more days. When police found Katia's body in a drainage tunnel beneath the city, the medical examiner's report ran to 14 pages, an exhaustive catalog of injuries that read like a textbook on human suffering. The torture had been comprehensive and imaginative, incorporating elements of medieval punishment with modern tools. Zubov had branded her skin with heated metal, had injected her with caustic substances, had systematically destroyed her extremities before finally stabbing her 96 times in a frenzy that suggested his control was slipping. Her eyes were gone, of course. Always the eyes. But Katia's murder revealed something new. Zubov had started leaving messages. At the crime scene, written in the victim's blood on the concrete wall, were the words, "You still don't see me." The taunt was clear. Despite the investigation, despite the task force, despite the fear-gripping Moscow, the killer remained invisible. November brought victim 12, Larissa Fedorova, 43, a government clerk who had dedicated her life to bureaucracy and routine. Larissa was cautious, almost paranoid about safety, never taking risks, always following rules. None of it saved her. Zubov had evolved his approach again, this time impersonating a police officer conducting security checks in the wake of the recent murders. Larissa, trusting authority, had allowed him into her apartment to verify her locks and windows. Once inside, he had subdued her with chemicals, bound her in her own home, and spent 3 days torturing her in her own bedroom while the world continued outside her windows. The audacity of the crime. Holding a victim in a populated apartment building, where neighbors lived mere meters away, demonstrated Zubov's growing confidence and deteriorating psychological state. He was no longer content with isolated locations. He needed the added thrill of proximity to potential discovery, the danger heightening his excitement. Larissa's body was found by a concerned coworker who had a key for emergencies. The crime scene was the worst investigators had encountered. The bedroom had been transformed into a torture chamber, blood-staining walls and ceiling, evidence of prolonged suffering visible in every corner. The number of stab wounds exceeded 100, many inflicted post-mortem in what appeared to be a psychotic episode. And on the bedroom mirror, another message in blood: 16 pairs of eyes see what you cannot. 16. The number sent chills through the investigative team. If Zubov was to be believed, there were victims they hadn't even discovered yet, bodies hidden in locations they hadn't searched. The true scope of his killing spree might be far worse than they had imagined. December 2011 arrived with a sense of dread hanging over Moscow like a shroud. The police presence in southwestern districts had tripled, but it seemed to make no difference. Zubov was like smoke, impossible to grasp, slipping through every attempt at capture. Victim 13 was Daria Romanova, 27, an aspiring actress who waited tables while auditioning for roles that never quite materialized. Daria was beautiful, charismatic, full of dreams that would never be realized. She disappeared after a late shift at a restaurant, last seen getting into what witnesses described as a dark sedan. The pattern continued: abduction, captivity, torture, death. But with Daria, Zubov had added sexual assault to his routine, not out of desire but as another tool for domination and degradation. The autopsy revealed evidence of systematic rape over several days, combined with the physical torture that had become his trademark. Daria's body was displayed publicly, left in a children's playground where it would be discovered quickly, a deliberate provocation. Zubov was no longer hiding his victims. He was showcasing them, demanding recognition, forcing society to acknowledge his existence and power. The public outcry reached fever pitch. Politicians demanded action. The media ran continuous coverage. Citizens organized vigilante groups, suspicious neighbors reporting each other, paranoia spreading like infection. Moscow had become a city at war with an invisible enemy. January 2012 saw the last 3 victims of Zubov's authenticated killing spree, a final burst of violence before circumstances would force his hand toward capture. Victim 14, Elena Grigorieva, 38, a single mother working 2 jobs to support her teenage son. Elena was abducted from a grocery store parking lot in broad daylight, witnesses later reporting a man who offered to help load her bags, then forced her into his vehicle at Taser Point. Elena's captivity lasted 8 days, a new record, during which Zubov seemed to be conducting what can only be described as endurance experiments. How long could a human being survive specific types of trauma? At what point did shock prove fatal? How much blood loss was survivable? Elena became his unwilling research subject, her suffering documented with photographic and written precision. When her body was discovered in an abandoned factory, investigators found something that would prove crucial: a partial fingerprint on a plastic bag that had been used to store torture implements. The print wasn't in the database. Zubov had no criminal record, but it was evidence that could link him to the crimes once a suspect was identified. Victim 15, Galina Voronina, 41, a high school chemistry teacher beloved by her students. Galina had stayed late to prepare for the next day's lab experiments, a dedication to her profession that cost her life. Zubov abducted her from the school parking lot, and her body was found 5 days later with injuries that suggested he had used her chemistry knowledge against her, forcing her to explain which acids and chemicals would cause maximum pain before applying them. The cruelty had reached levels that defied comprehension. Galina had been literally dissolved alive in certain areas, her flesh eaten away by chemicals while she remained conscious, Zubov administering stimulants to prevent the mercy of unconsciousness. And then came victim 16, the one that would finally lead to Denis Zubov's downfall. Vera Sokolova, 33, a veterinary technician who had devoted her life to healing animals. Vera's abduction on a February evening in 2012 followed the established pattern, but this time, someone had noticed. A teenage boy, smoking behind a convenience store where he shouldn't have been, saw a man forcing a woman into a car. The boy had the presence of mind to photograph the license plate with his phone before the vehicle sped away. That single act of awareness, that one moment of bravery from an unlikely witness, would crack the case wide open. Police traced the license plate to a vehicle registered to Denis Andreevich Zubov, resident of a modest apartment in the Yasenivo district, employee of a logistics company. No criminal record, completely unremarkable. The investigation moved with sudden speed. Surveillance was established. Zubov's background was scrutinized. His apartment, workplace, and known associates were investigated, and a horrifying picture began to emerge. This ordinary man, this forgettable cipher, was almost certainly responsible for one of Moscow's worst serial killing sprees. But Vera was still alive, held somewhere, suffering. The race was on to find Zubov before he could claim his 16th victim. The command center of the task force hummed with controlled urgency as surveillance teams tracked Denis, Zubov's every movement. They watched him go to work, observed him shopping for groceries, noted his routine with the compulsive detail of people who understood that one mistake could cost another life. Because somewhere in Moscow, Vera Sokolova was still alive, held captive, enduring horrors that investigators could only imagine with sick dread. The challenge was complex. Arrest Zubov too early, and Vera might never be found, left to die slowly in some hidden location. But wait too long, and she would become victim 16, another name on the list of failures that already haunted every investigator involved. The decision was made to establish complete surveillance while simultaneously searching every property Zubov might have access to. His apartment was monitored 24 hours a day, cameras watching his windows, officers stationed in vehicles with clear sight lines, technical teams listening to his phone calls and internet activity. What they discovered was chilling. Zubov was preparing for another hunting trip. Internet searches revealed he had been researching new torture methods, purchasing supplies from hardware stores and medical supply websites, planning his next session with the same care a chef might apply to preparing an elaborate meal. But more importantly, there were subtle signs he suspected surveillance. He had become cautious, checking his mirrors constantly, varying his routes, demonstrating awareness that the net was closing. The task force knew they were running out of time. The breakthrough came from an unexpected source: utility records. An analyst reviewing electricity usage patterns noted that a storage facility in the Chertonovo industrial district showed consumption during overnight hours when the facility should have been closed. Cross-referencing rental agreements revealed that one unit was registered to a D. Andreev, the first name and patronymic of Denis Andreevich Zubov, slightly altered but close enough to raise red flags. At 3:17 a.m. on February 23, 2012, tactical units surrounded the storage facility. Thermal imaging confirmed the presence of at least one person inside Unit 47. The decision was made. They were going in. The breach was textbook perfect. Explosives blew the lock. Tactical officers poured through the door with weapons raised. Flashlights cutting through darkness that reeked of blood and chemicals and human waste. What they found in that storage unit would haunt them for the rest of their lives. Vera Sokolova was alive, but barely. She hung suspended from chains bolted to the ceiling, her body a canvas of systematic torture that had been ongoing for 6 days. Burns covered her skin in geometric patterns. Cuts of varying depths crisscrossed her torso. Her fingers had been methodically broken. Each bone snapped with deliberate precision, but her eyes remained. Zubov hadn't completed his ritual yet, hadn't taken his final trophy. And Denis Zubov himself stood in the corner of the storage unit, not fighting, not fleeing, simply watching the officers with an expression that combined disappointment and something resembling satisfaction. In his hand was the knife he had used to carve his legacy into human flesh, still dripping with Vera's blood. He made no move to use it, no dramatic final stand. He simply dropped the weapon and raised his hands, offering himself to custody with the calm resignation of someone whose work had been interrupted but not invalidated. "I knew you would come eventually," he said, his voice conversational, almost friendly. "I wanted to finish this one first. She was special. She understood what I was trying to achieve." The officers restraining him said nothing, their professionalism barely containing the rage that boiled beneath. They had spent months hunting this monster, had lost sleep over the victims, had absorbed the horror of crime scene after crime scene. And here he stood, ordinary and unremarkable, speaking about torture and murder as though discussing a hobby. Vera was rushed to the hospital, where a team of doctors worked frantically to save her life. She would survive, barely, but the psychological and physical scars would never fully heal. She had stared into the abyss of human evil and emerged broken, a living testament to what Denis Zubov had wrought. At Zubov's apartment, investigators made discoveries that confirmed their worst fears and answered questions that had plagued the investigation. The apartment was a shrine to murder, every surface covered with documentation of his crimes. Photographs lined the walls, hundreds of them, carefully organized by victim, showing each stage of torture in graphic detail. He had kept journals, written in neat handwriting that detailed his thoughts, his methods, his evolving techniques. And in a locked freezer in his bedroom, they found the eyes. 16 pairs of them, preserved in individual glass jars filled with chemical solution, each jar labeled with a date and a name. Marina, Olga, Tatiana, Svetlana, Anna, Elizaveta, Oksana, Maria, Irina, Natalia, Katia, Larissa, Daria, Elena, Galina, and an empty jar marked Vera, waiting to be filled. The discovery confirmed what the blood message had suggested. There were no additional unknown victims. Zubov had killed 16 women, and they had been found or identified. The number was horrific enough without additions. But perhaps most disturbing was what investigators found on his computer. Detailed plans for future victims, specific women he had been stalking and researching, complete with photographs taken without their knowledge, daily schedules, patterns of behavior. If he hadn't been caught, dozens more might have died. The interrogation of Denis Zubov began immediately, and what emerged was a portrait of evil that defied easy psychological categorization. He wasn't psychotic in the legal sense. He understood right from wrong, understood that society condemned his actions. He simply didn't care. The suffering of others meant nothing to him beyond the satisfaction it provided. When asked why he had killed, Zubov responded with chilling clarity. "Because I could. Because making them scream was the only time I felt powerful. My whole life, I was nothing. Invisible. People looked through me like I didn't exist. But when I had them in that room, when I held their lives in my hands, I was everything. I was God." He showed no remorse, no empathy, no recognition that his victims had been human beings with lives and families and futures. To him, they had been objects, tools for his self-actualization, means to achieve the sense of significance that had eluded him in conventional life. Psychologists who evaluated Zubov diagnosed him with severe antisocial personality disorder combined with sadistic tendencies and narcissistic traits, clinical terms for a fundamental lack of humanity. He had been broken in some essential way, whether from birth or childhood trauma, transformed into something that looked human but lacked the core components of human conscience. The trial began in September 2012, and Moscow watched with morbid fascination as the full scope of Zubov's crimes was laid bare in court. Testimony from Natalia Ivanova, the woman he had released, provided horrifying insight into his methods and mindset. Vera Sokolova, still recovering from her ordeal, appeared via video link to describe her 6 days of captivity, her testimony so disturbing that several jurors wept openly. Forensic experts presented evidence. Photographs from Zubov's collection, medical examiner reports detailing the torture inflicted on each victim, DNA matches that irrefutably linked him to the crimes. The defense attempted to argue diminished capacity, suggesting that someone capable of such acts must be insane by definition. But the prosecution demolished this argument with Zubov's own words and actions. His careful planning, his ability to maintain a normal facade, his clear understanding of consequences. Denis Zubov himself seemed almost bored by the proceedings, showing more interest in the media coverage than in the charges against him. He enjoyed the attention, the infamy, the transformation from invisible nobody to someone whose name would be remembered. In a perverse way, he had achieved exactly what he sought. Significance, recognition, immortality of a sort. The verdict was never in doubt. On November 15, 2012, Denis Andreevich Zubov was found guilty of 16 counts of aggravated murder, multiple counts of kidnapping, torture, and sexual assault. The judge's statement during sentencing captured the collective horror. The defendant has demonstrated a capacity for evil that challenges our understanding of human nature. His crimes are not merely acts of violence, but systematic campaigns of torture designed to maximize suffering. He has shown no remorse, no recognition of the humanity of his victims, no acknowledgement that he has done anything wrong. He represents a clear and permanent danger to society. The sentence was life imprisonment without possibility of parole, the harshest punishment available under Russian law at the time. Zubov was remanded to a maximum security facility designated for the country's most dangerous criminals, where he would spend the remainder of his life in isolation, his freedom to harm others permanently revoked. But the story didn't end with the verdict. In the months following his conviction, details emerged that painted an even darker picture of Zubov's psychology. Letters he wrote from prison revealed a complete lack of insight, a continuing belief that his victims had somehow consented to their fate by being vulnerable, by existing in his hunting ground. He described his crimes in aesthetic terms, as though they were works of art rather than acts of horror. Some of these letters were published despite objections from victims' families, offering the public a glimpse into a mind utterly devoid of empathy. He wrote about his childhood, a mother who alternated between smothering attention and cruel rejection, a father whose absence left a void filled with rage. He wrote about feeling invisible throughout his youth, ignored by peers, dismissed by teachers, fundamentally disconnected from normal human interaction. Mental health professionals who studied his writings noted that Zubov had constructed an elaborate justification for his actions, a narrative in which he was not a predator but a creator, not taking lives but giving them meaning through suffering. This delusional framework allowed him to avoid confronting the reality of what he had done, protecting his ego from the crushing weight of his crimes. The 16 families affected by his actions struggled with grief that had no resolution. Mothers who had lost daughters, children who had lost mothers, partners who had lost loved ones, all carried wounds that would never fully heal. Support groups formed, therapeutic interventions were attempted, but some traumas are too deep for complete recovery. Natalia Ivanova, the survivor, became an advocate for victims' rights, channeling her trauma into activism. She spoke publicly about her experience, helped establish support networks for others affected by violent crime, transformed her survival into a mission. But in private moments, she still carried the scars, both visible and invisible, of her 3 days with Denis Zubov. Vera Sokolova took a different path, withdrawing from public life entirely, seeking healing in privacy and solitude. The physical injuries eventually healed, though she would never regain full function in her broken fingers. But the psychological damage ran deeper, manifesting in night terrors, hypervigilance, an inability to trust or feel safe. She had survived, but at a cost that was difficult to quantify. The investigation itself became a case study in law enforcement, analyzed by agencies worldwide seeking to understand how to catch serial killers more quickly, how to identify patterns earlier, how to prevent the next Denis Zubov from accumulating victims while remaining invisible. Protocols were revised, training was updated, new technologies were deployed, all in service of ensuring that similar horrors might be prevented or at least interrupted sooner. But the fundamental truth remained unchanged. Evil exists. It walks among us in unremarkable bodies, hidden behind forgettable faces, waiting for opportunities to manifest. Denis Zubov had been a co-worker, a neighbor, a stranger on the street, ordinary in every visible way while carrying within him an extraordinary capacity for cruelty. In his cell, Zubov continued his existence without apparent suffering or regret. He ate, he slept, he wrote his justifications and rationalizations. He granted occasional interviews to researchers studying the psychology of serial killers, always presenting himself as a subject of scientific interest rather than a monster deserving condemnation. He spoke about his crimes with clinical detachment, analyzing his own methods as though discussing someone else's work. Years passed. The families of victims aged, carrying their grief forward through time. The city of Moscow moved on, though the scars remained, memorial plaques at some of the sites where bodies were found, changes in how women approached personal safety, collective trauma that seeped into the cultural consciousness. And in 2019, 7 years after his conviction, Denis Zubov died in his cell, not from violence or dramatic circumstance, but from a brain aneurysm, a random medical event that ended his life with none of the suffering he had inflicted on others. He was 52 years old, and his death sparked debates about justice and karma and whether his peaceful end was a final cruelty to his victims. Some saw his death as relief, the final chapter closed on a nightmare. Others felt cheated, believing he had escaped the full weight of punishment he deserved. But the families of the 16 women he murdered found no comfort in his death. Their loved ones remained gone, taken by senseless violence, their futures erased by a man who saw human beings as objects for his gratification. The legacy of Denis Zubov is written in absence. 16 women who will never grow older, never achieve their dreams, never experience the joys and sorrows that make up human existence. Marina, Olga, Tatiana, Svetlana, Anna, Elizaveta, Oksana, Maria, Irina, Natalia, Katia, Larissa, Daria, Elena, Galina, Vera. Each name represents a life stolen, a family shattered, a future extinguished. Their stories serve as grim reminders of the darkness that can lurk in seemingly ordinary people, the violence that can erupt from the quiet corners of society, the eternal struggle between civilization and the monsters it sometimes produces. Denis Zubov was not the first serial killer, and tragically, he will not be the last. But his victims deserve to be remembered not just as casualties of his evil, but as individuals who lived and loved and mattered. In the end, that is perhaps the ultimate defeat of Denis Zubov's legacy. While his name will fade into the archives of criminal history, becoming just another case study, just another monster among many, his victims are remembered by those who loved them as fully human, irreplaceable, mourned. He sought significance through destruction, but significance built on suffering is hollow, temporary, ultimately meaningless. The 16 women he killed have meaning because they lived, not because they died. And that truth, more than any sentence or punishment, is the final word on the horror that was Denis Zubov, the blood cartographer. If you're enjoying these stories, don't forget to leave a comment. I'd love to hear where you're tuning in from and what time it is in your part of the world. And if you haven't already, be sure to like this video and subscribe so you don't miss the next true crime story to help you drift off to sleep. Now, let's move on to our third story. Story 3. The Butcher Who Wore Her Skin. She was still breathing when he started cutting. The neighbors heard classical music, not screaming. He'd thought of everything. We're diving into the mind of a man who didn't just kill his victims. He erased them, Sofia Zhukova vanished on a winter morning in Moscow, but what investigators found in apartment 413 wasn't a crime scene. It was a workshop, a laboratory, a place where human beings were systematically disassembled, cataloged, and stored like specimens in a collection. This is the story of Dmitry Konstantinov, the engineer who turned murder into a meticulous craft, and the woman who almost became his masterpiece. What you're about to hear will crawl under your skin and nest there, because the most terrifying monsters aren't hiding in shadows. They're holding the door open, smiling, asking if you'd like to come inside for tea. Sofia Zhukova woke up at 6:47 a.m. on February 14, 2019, exactly 13 minutes before her alarm was set to rupture the silence of her studio apartment. She always woke up early. Anxiety had trained her body to anticipate the shrill electronic scream, to rise before it could assault her into consciousness. The Moscow winter pressed against her window like a living thing, frost crystallizing in fractal patterns across the glass. Nature's own crime seen evidence of the brutal cold outside. She didn't know she had 7 hours and 23 minutes left to live. The apartment was small, efficient, sterile in the way that rental properties become when occupied by someone who's never quite settled. Sofia had lived there for 11 months, ever since the journalism job brought her from St. Petersburg, ever since the relationship that had defined her 20s crumbled into recriminations and late-night phone calls she eventually stopped answering. She was 28 years old, mousy brown hair that she sometimes dyed auburn when she felt adventurous, eyes that colleagues described as sad even when she smiled. She had a habit of biting her lower lip when she concentrated, leaving it slightly swollen and red. Later, forensic analysts would note this detail in their reports, because Dmitry had noticed it too. Sofia made coffee in the French press her mother had given her. The smell of it filled the small space, mixing with the radiator's metallic warmth. She checked her phone, 3 messages from her editor about the factory corruption piece, one from her mother asking if she'd be visiting for Easter, and a text from an unknown number that simply read, "Package for you, building in trance." This text would be the last communication she ever received. She dressed in layers. Thermal leggings under jeans, a thin sweater under a thicker one, the Canada Goose knockoff jacket that had cost her a month's salary. Moscow in February didn't negotiate with fashion. She pulled her hair into a messy bun, applied minimal makeup, just enough to look professional, not enough to suggest she was trying. The mirror reflected back someone ordinary, forgettable, safe. Exactly the kind of person who could disappear without the world immediately noticing the absence. The building's elevator clanked and groaned with Soviet-era reluctance as it descended 8 floors. Sofia shared the cramped metal box with an elderly woman whose face had collapsed into wrinkles, a topographical map of hard decades. They didn't speak. Moscow had trained its residents in the art of aggressive privacy, of existing inches from strangers while maintaining impenetrable boundaries. The lobby was empty except for the security guard, Mikhail, who was usually drunk by 9 a.m. but now merely looked hungover. He grunted something that might have been a greeting. Sofia scanned the entrance area for a package. Nothing. She pushed through the heavy glass doors into the shocking cold. February air in Moscow doesn't just chill. It attacks. It finds every gap in your clothing, every exposed millimeter of skin, and punishes it. Sofia's breath crystallized instantly, hanging in front of her face like visible evidence of life itself. The street was already awake, grinding through its morning routine. Cars hissed through slush that was more dirt than snow. Commuters trudged past, heads down, faces wrapped in scarves, everyone trying to minimize their exposure to the cold and to each other. She checked her phone again. The text had come from +7-495, XXX, XXXX. She called it. It rang 4 times before a man's voice answered, pleasant and apologetic. "Oh, I'm so sorry," the voice said. "I think I left your package at my apartment by mistake. I'm your neighbor, 413? I picked up your delivery thinking it was mine. I feel terrible about the confusion." The voice was educated, warm, slightly embarrassed. The voice of someone who made honest mistakes and felt genuinely bad about inconveniencing others. "It's no problem," Sofia said. her words emerging in frozen clouds. "I can pick it up later. I'm home now if you want to grab it quickly," the voice offered. "I really do apologize for the mix-up. I have your books." The package split open a bit. "Literary criticism? You have excellent taste." Sophia hesitated. She didn't remember ordering books, but she sometimes bought things late at night when insomnia and wine combined to make online shopping seem therapeutic. And she was curious about the neighbor in 413. She'd lived in the building nearly a year and barely knew anyone beyond the elderly woman who fed stray cats and the young couple who fought loudly at 3 a.m. "Sure," she said. "I'll come up now." "Wonderful. 4th floor. Doors open. Just come in. I'm making coffee." She ended the call and turned back toward the building. Mikhail had disappeared from his post, probably to his maintenance closet where he kept the vodka poorly hidden behind cleaning supplies. The elevator groaned upward. Sophia checked her reflection in the scratched metal walls, tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. The 4th floor hallway was identical to her own floor, the same industrial carpet worn down to threading in high-traffic areas, the same greenish fluorescent lights that made everyone look vaguely ill, the same smell of old cooking and older regrets. Apartment 413 was at the end of the corridor. The door was indeed open, just slightly ajar. Classical music drifted from inside. Something orchestral, lush with strings. Sophia knocked softly. "Come in," the voice called. "I'm just in the kitchen." She pushed the door open and stepped inside. The apartment was immaculate in a way that suggested either professional cleaning or obsessive personality. Everything was precisely arranged, surfaces clear, not a dish in sight. The furniture was minimal, modern, expensive looking, the kind of place that appeared in interior design blogs. The classical music swelled. Tchaikovsky, she thought, though she wasn't certain. "Hello?" she called out. "Kitchen," the voice responded. "Straight back. Your books are on the counter." Sophia moved through the living room. She noticed the bookshelves lined with medical texts, engineering manuals, books on anatomy both animal and human. She noticed the lack of photographs, of personal effects, of anything that suggested a life lived beyond these walls. She noticed the faint chemical smell beneath the coffee aroma, something astringent and wrong. She noticed all of this in the 3 seconds before she reached the kitchen doorway, before she saw Dmitry Konstantinov standing there with a smile on his face and a syringe in his hand. She noticed the smile most of all, how genuine it seemed, how warm, how completely at odds with what happened next. Her brain processed the wrongness faster than her body could react. She was turning, beginning to run, when he moved with surprising speed for a man who appeared soft and middle-aged. The needle punctured her neck just below her ear, and she felt the cold rush of liquid entering her bloodstream. "Shoo," he said softly, catching her as her legs gave out. "Shoo, shoo. Don't fight it. You'll only make it worse." The world tilted sideways. The ceiling became a wall. Dimitri's face hovered above her, concerned and caring like a doctor with a difficult patient. The classical music swelled to something overwhelming, strings screaming in harmony. Sophia tried to speak, to scream, but her tongue had become a useless lump of meat in her mouth. "The paralytic works quickly," Dmitri explained, his tone conversational, almost friendly. "You're conscious, you're aware, but your body won't obey you. Fascinating, isn't it? The disconnect between mind and meat. I've always found that fascinating." He lifted her easily. She weighed 53 kilograms. He'd observed her enough to estimate accurately, and carried her deeper into the apartment, past the kitchen into a room that should have been a bedroom but wasn't. It was a workshop. Stainless steel tables, medical equipment, instruments arranged with surgical precision, plastic sheeting covering every surface, drains in the floor. The chemical smell was overwhelming now, disinfectant and formaldehyde and something else, something organic and rotten underneath the attempts to mask it. Dmitri laid her on the table with surprising gentleness, arranging her limbs in a comfortable position. He stepped back and looked at her, really looked at her, with an expression of artistic appreciation. "I've been watching you," he said. 3 months. Every morning, same routine. Coffee, Then you check your phone for exactly 4 minutes. Then you get dressed. You bite your lip when you read. You have nightmares. I can hear you through the walls sometimes, little gasping sounds. You're lonely. You're sad. You're perfect. Sophia's eyes were the only part of her that could move, and they rolled frantically, searching for escape, for help, for anything. No one saw you come in, Dmitri continued. He was putting on surgical gloves now, snapping them against his wrists with practiced efficiency. Mikhail's drunk. The cameras in this building haven't worked in 6 years. The management just leaves them up as deterrents. Your phone's GPS will show you return to the building, but not which apartment. And your last communication was with a burner number that I'll destroy in approximately 20 minutes. He selected a scalpel from the arranged instruments, held it up to the light, examined it for imperfections. I'm going to tell you what's going to happen, he said, because you deserve to know. Because consciousness during the process is important to me. It's the ethical thing, I believe. You're going to die, Sophia. Slowly, carefully. I'm going to take you apart like the beautiful puzzle you are. I'm going to learn every secret your body has been keeping. And when I'm finished, every piece of you will be stored, cataloged, preserved. You won't be forgotten. You'll be immortal in my collection. He leaned down close to her face, so close she could smell his breath, peppermint and coffee. The paralytic will wear off in about an hour, he whispered, right around the time I start the thoracic incision. I want you to feel it. I want you to understand the transformation. Pain is an important part of the process. It's the body's last desperate assertion of life, fighting against the inevitable. Sophia's mind screamed and screamed, but her body remained perfectly still, perfectly silent. The classical music played on. Tchaikovsky's Sixth Symphony, the Pathetique, building toward its devastating finale. Dmitri stood up, adjusted the surgical lamp, pulled the plastic sheeting tighter. He was humming along with the music, occasionally conducting with the scalpel. Should we begin? He asked, not expecting an answer, not needing one. Dmitri Konstantinov had been 37 years old when he killed his first victim, a latecomer to murder by serial killer standards. Most begin their work in their 20s, driven by compulsions they've nurtured since adolescence. But Dmitri was different. Dmitri was patient, methodical. He'd spent decades preparing for his true calling while maintaining the perfect facade of normalcy. He'd grown up in Novosibirsk, Siberia's industrial heart, raised by a mother who worked at the aircraft factory and a father who disappeared when Dmitri was 4. Disappeared so completely that even now, 3 decades later, no one knew whether he'd fled to Kazakhstan, drunk himself to death, or simply walked into the taiga and let the cold claim him. His mother was a hard woman, made harder by the grinding poverty of late Soviet collapse. She worked 12-hour shifts, came home smelling of machine oil and exhaustion, and had little energy left for maternal warmth. Dmitri had been a strange child. Other children sensed it the way animals sense predators, instinctively without conscious understanding. He didn't play their games. He didn't laugh at their jokes. He collected dead insects and arranged them in patterns on his windowsill. He dissected frogs he caught near the Ob River, carefully removing organs and preserving them in jars of ethanol he stole from the school science lab. His teachers noted his intelligence, remarkable, exceptional, but also his coldness, the way he seemed to observe humanity from outside it, like an anthropologist studying an alien species. He'd excelled academically, channeling his obsessions into socially acceptable forms. Medical school seemed the obvious path, but Dmitri recognized early that doctors were watched, scrutinized, their patient deaths investigated. Instead, he'd studied mechanical engineering at Moscow State Technical University, specializing in precision instrumentation. The perfect cover. Engineers weren't expected to be warm or sociable. Engineers were supposed to be focused on problems, on solutions, on the elegant intersection of form and function. After graduation, he'd taken a position at a defense contractor, designing components for aerospace systems, work that was classified, isolated, that required security clearances and discouraged personal questions. He was excellent at his job, meticulous, innovative. He received commendations, promotions, salary increases that allowed him to purchase the apartment in the decent Moscow building, to furnish it with care, to create the infrastructure he'd need for his real work. Because engineering defense systems was never Dmitri's true passion. It was merely funding for his research, his obsession, his art. He wanted to understand the human body the way he understood machines, completely, fundamentally, down to the smallest component. He wanted to disassemble the most complex machine nature had ever created and truly comprehend how all the pieces fit together. Books and medical texts weren't enough. Diagrams and models weren't enough. He needed actual specimens. He needed to see the systems operating, to watch them fail, to document the precise moment when life became mere meat. The first one had been almost accidental. A prostitute he'd hired, brought back to his apartment for what she assumed would be standard transaction. He'd given her tea laced with sedatives, waited for her to lose consciousness, then carried her to the room he'd prepared. He'd intended only to study her anatomy, to practice his technique on an anesthetized subject. But somewhere during the process, perhaps when he'd opened the abdominal cavity and seen the organs glistening and vital, perhaps when he'd isolated the inferior vena cava and watched the blood flow, something had shifted in him. Some final barrier had crumbled. He'd continued the dissection while she was still alive, still breathing, her heart still pumping blood through the maze of vessels he was methodically exposing. He documented everything with photographs, detailed notes, precise measurements. When she'd finally died, blood loss, trauma, the inevitable shutdown of systems too damaged to function, he'd felt something close to euphoria. Not from the killing itself, but from the knowledge gained, from the complete, intimate understanding of how this particular human machine had worked and then stopped working. He'd kept her, all of her, organs preserved in formaldehyde, bones cleaned and articulated, skin carefully tanned and stored. She'd become his first specimen in what would grow into an extensive collection. His archive, his life's work. The prostitute's disappearance had barely registered in a city where sex workers vanished regularly, swept into unmarked graves or trafficking networks or the general chaos of post-Soviet Russia. No investigation, no questions. Dmitri learned from this. He refined his selection criteria. He chose victims who were isolated, transient, whose absences wouldn't immediately trigger alarm. Foreign students, homeless women, drifters passing through the city. He took his time between kills, months, sometimes more than a year, allowing suspicion to settle, patterns to dissolve. By the time Sofia Zhukova knocked on his door, he'd perfected his craft. 8 women had come before her. 8 complete dissections, documented with scientific rigor. 8 collections of preserved organs, articulated skeletons, tanned hides stretched and stored. He'd converted the second bedroom of his apartment into a temperature-controlled storage facility, installed industrial-grade air filtration to manage the chemical smells, soundproofed the walls so thoroughly that even screams at full volume couldn't penetrate beyond his threshold. He'd become an artist of murder, each killing more refined than the last. He'd learned to keep his victims conscious through the initial stages, using paralytic agents that left them aware but unable to move or scream. He discovered that consciousness added something essential to the process. The victim's terror seemed to heighten his own focus, their silent, screaming eyes forcing him into a state of complete presence, complete attention to the work. Sofia represented something different, though. She wasn't transient or forgotten. She was his neighbor. She had a job, friends, family who would look for her. Taking her was dangerous, stupid even. But Dmitri had been watching her for months, and he'd become fixated in a way he hadn't with previous victims. There was something about her sadness, her loneliness, the way she moved through the world like an apology. He'd listened through the walls at night, learning her rhythms, her routines, her nightmares. He'd followed her to work, to the grocery store, to the small cafes where she sat alone with her laptop. He'd imagined her transformation, from living, breathing woman to perfectly preserved specimens, until the fantasy consumed him. Now she was on his table, paralyzed and terrified, and he could begin. He started with exterior observations, documenting them on his laptop. Height, 162 centimeters. Weight, approximately 53 kilograms. Hair, natural brown with evidence of previous auburn dye. Eyes, hazel with amber flecks around the pupils. Distinguishing marks, small scar on left knee, likely from childhood injury. Birthmark on right shoulder blade shaped vaguely like Italy. Slight asymmetry in facial features consistent with normal human variation. He photographed her from every angle, clinical documentation that would later be organized into detailed folders on his encrypted drives. Then he began the real work. The first incision was always the most important. A clean line from the suprasternal notch to the pubic symphysis, executed with steady pressure and precise depth. The skin separated cleanly, revealing the subcutaneous fat layer, the facial planes beneath. Blood welled up but didn't gush. The paralytic had lowered her blood pressure, slowed her heart rate to something almost meditative. Dmitri worked with complete focus, occasionally glancing at Sophia's eyes to ensure she remained conscious. She was watching him, those hazel eyes wide with horror and disbelief. Good. Awareness was crucial. The human body contains approximately 37.2 trillion cells, he narrated softly, as if teaching a medical class. Each one a tiny machine, each one contributing to the miracle of your existence. I'm going to show you these machines, Sophia. I'm going to reveal the architecture of your being. He retracted the skin, exposing the abdominal wall musculature. Rectus abdominis, external obliques, internal obliques, transversus abdominis, all layered and overlapping in nature's elegant engineering. He photographed each layer before continuing deeper. The peritoneum opened like a curtain rising on a hidden world. There, glistening and vital, lay Sophia's internal landscape. Liver dark and dense. Stomach slightly distended from morning coffee. Small intestines coiled impossibly long. Spleen tucked beneath the ribs. Kidneys nestled against the posterior abdominal wall. Everything precisely arranged, everything functional, everything about to be cataloged and collected. Dmitri felt the familiar rush, not sexual, though it had elements of that intensity, but something stranger, more transcendent. This was the moment he lived for, when the abstract concept of person resolved into the concrete reality of anatomy, when the mystery dissolved into understandable components. He began removing organs, one by one, weighing them, measuring them, preserving them in prepared jars. The stomach first. He was curious about the coffee she'd drunk, about her last meal. The liver next, that chemical factory of the body, already darkening as its blood supply ended. The intestines, surprisingly heavy when removed from their coiled arrangement. Sophia was still conscious, still watching. Her body was shutting down in stages. Blood pressure dropping, heart rhythm becoming irregular. Breathing shallow and rapid as her diaphragm struggled without supporting organs. But her eyes were alive, aware, witnessing her own systematic disassembly. "You're still here?" Dmitri observed with something like wonder. "Most people pass out from shock by now. You're strong, Sophia, remarkably strong." He moved to the thoracic cavity, cutting through the costal cartilages, peeling back the ribcage like opening a jewelry box. The heart stuttered beneath his hands, that remarkable muscle, that relentless pump, still trying to do its job even as the system it served collapsed. "This is your heart," he said, almost reverently. "It's been beating approximately 900 million times since you were born. Every beat a tiny miracle. Every beat keeping you alive for 28 years. And now," he placed his gloved hand gently on the organ, feeling its desperate rhythm. "Now it stops." He severed the major vessels with practiced precision. The heart gave one final, powerful contraction against his palm, then stillness. Sophia's eyes, which had been locked on his face throughout the entire procedure, suddenly went distant, unfocused. The consciousness that had been trapped in her destroyed body finally escaped, fled, dissipated into whatever came next. Dmitri stood there for a long moment, hands still resting on her silent heart, watching the light fade from her eyes. This moment, the transition from person to object, from life to material, never lost its power. It was the holiest moment he knew, the instant when the soul became provable through its absence. Then, practical as ever, he continued his work. The heart went into a preserving jar. The lungs, surprisingly pink for a Moscow resident. The thyroid, the thymus, all the organs of the thoracic cavity carefully harvested and documented. The head came last. He debated leaving it intact, but completeness demanded thoroughness. He removed the cranial vault with a bone saw, extracted the brain that had contained Sophia's thoughts, her memories, her final terror. 1,340 grams, slightly above average for a woman her size. He stored it in its own special jar, labeled with her name and the date. By the time he finished, organs preserved, flesh removed and processed, bones cleaned and drying, it was well past midnight. 14 hours of focused work. His back ached. His hands were steady but tired. He stripped off his surgical gown. His gloves, showered thoroughly to remove the blood and chemicals that always managed to find their way onto exposed skin. He made himself tea and sat in his living room, reviewing the day's photographs on his laptop. Sophia stared out at him from dozens of angles, whole, then opened, then reduced to components. She'd been beautiful in her terror. She'd been perfect in her destruction. Her phone had been buzzing all evening. He'd ignored it, let it ring and ping with increasing desperation. Her editor, her mother, friends, the digital evidence of a life now ended, of people who didn't yet know they were grieving. Tomorrow he'd dispose of the phone. He'd maintain his routine, go to work, perform his engineering duties, be the unremarkable neighbor who kept to himself. He'd answer questions if they came, express appropriate concern about Sophia's disappearance, maybe mention that he'd heard her leave early that morning. And eventually, when the investigation went cold, as it inevitably would in a city of millions where people vanished regularly, he'd begin watching for his next specimen. But tonight, he simply sat with his tea and his photographs, admiring his work, feeling the deep satisfaction of art completed perfectly. Sofia Zhukova didn't show up for work on February 15th, and her editor, Ekaterina Volkova, noticed immediately. Sofia was never late. Even when she was sick, even when metro trains derailed or ice storms paralyzed the city, Sofia found ways to be on time, to be present, to be reliable. It was one of the things Ekaterina valued about her. In a profession where flakiness was epidemic among young journalists, Sofia's steadiness was remarkable. By noon, when Sofia hadn't answered any calls or messages, Ekaterina's concern metastasized into worry. She called Sofia's mother in St. Petersburg, who hadn't heard from her daughter since Wednesday. She called Sofia's few friends, the college roommate who'd moved to Moscow around the same time, the colleague from her previous paper, a cousin who lived across the city. No one had seen or heard from her since the evening before. Ekaterina filed a missing person report at 3 p.m. The police officer who took the information, a tired-looking man named Investigator Petrov, whose desk was buried under case files, was less concerned than she wanted him to be. 28 years old? He confirmed. No signs of struggle at her apartment? Phone and wallet missing, suggesting she left voluntarily. She wouldn't just disappear, Ekaterina insisted. This isn't like her at all. Petrov had heard this countless times. People always believed their loved ones were special cases, immune to the ordinary chaos that made humans vanish. He took down the information dutifully, filed it with the hundreds of other missing person reports that came through Moscow police stations daily, and privately gave it minimal priority. Young woman, no evidence of foul play, probably shacked up with a boyfriend or having a breakdown or running from debts. He had no way of knowing that while he was dismissing Ekaterina's concerns, Sofia's organs were floating in formaldehyde jars less than 3 kilometers from his police station. The investigation, such as it was, proceeded with bureaucratic slowness. Police visited Sofia's apartment building on February 18th, 3 days after she'd vanished. They interviewed the security guard Mikhail, who was drunk and remembered nothing useful. They spoke with neighbors, none of whom had seen or heard anything unusual. They noted that Sofia's apartment showed no signs of disturbance, that her laptop and personal items remained in place, that her bed was made and her dishes were washed. It looked like someone who'd stepped out for milk and simply never returned. They checked her bank accounts, no transactions after February 14th. They pinged her phone. Last location registered at her building before the device went offline. They reviewed security footage, or tried to, before discovering that the building's camera system had been non-functional for years, maintained only as theatrical deterrent. The case went cold by default, lost in the overwhelming volume of missing persons in a city of 12 million souls. But Sofia's mother, Elena Zhukova, refused to accept the silence. She traveled to Moscow, stayed in her daughter's apartment, and did what police lacked resources or motivation to do. She actually investigated. She printed flyers with Sofia's photograph and distributed them throughout the neighborhood. She knocked on every door in the apartment building, asking questions, taking notes, being the relentless, grieving mother that bureaucracies couldn't ignore forever. Most people had nothing useful to offer. But on the 7th floor, a woman named Mrs. Kuznetsova, the elderly babushka who fed stray cats and noticed everything, mentioned something interesting. That morning, Valentine's Day morning, Mrs. Kuznetsova said, pouring tea with shaking hands, "I saw Sofia in the lobby, early, maybe 7 o'clock. She went outside, then came back in, went up in the elevator. I remember because she looked confused, like she'd forgotten something." "Did you see where she went?" Elena asked, gripping her teacup so hard her knuckles whitened. "Up. The elevator went up. I didn't see which floor. It wasn't much, but it was something. Evidence that Sofia had returned to the building after initially leaving." Elena brought this information to the police, who received it with the same tired indifference that characterized their entire investigation. But Elena persisted, and eventually, a young investigator named Anna Sokolova took interest. Sokolova was new to the homicide division, still carrying idealism that hadn't been ground down by the system's crushing bureaucracy. She reviewed Sofia's case file and saw what others had missed, the pattern. 3 other young women had gone missing from the same neighborhood over the past 18 months. Not from the same building, but within a 6-block radius. All similar demographics, late 20s, single, lived alone, worked professional jobs. All vanished without trace, their cases buried in filing cabinets, their families still waiting for answers. Could be coincidence. Moscow was vast, people went missing constantly. But Sokolova's instincts hummed with possibility. She began working the cases in her off hours, mapping disappearances, looking for connections. She interviewed families, retraced victims' last known movements, searched for the thread that tied these vanishings together. The thread, when she finally found it, was almost invisible. 2 of the missing women, including Sofia, had posted on neighborhood social media groups about strange packages or delivery mix-ups in the days before they vanished. One had mentioned a helpful neighbor who'd taken a misdelivered parcel. Another had posted asking if anyone else had experienced weird delivery notifications from unknown numbers. Sokolova felt the tingle that detectives live for, the sense that she'd found the crack in the facade, the entry point to something dark and hidden. She began investigating delivery patterns in the neighborhood, but quickly hit dead ends. The companies mentioned in the posts had no records of the supposed deliveries. The phone numbers used in the notifications were all burners, now disconnected. She shifted approach, focusing on the apartment buildings themselves. If someone was luring victims with false delivery notifications, they likely lived in or had access to the buildings. She began the tedious work of background checking residents, looking for anomalies, red flags, anything that didn't fit the ordinary patterns of urban life. Dmitry Konstantinov appeared unremarkable in every database she searched. Clean record, stable employment, security clearance through his defense contractor job. No complaints from neighbors, no prior arrests, no history of violence or suspicious behavior. He was so normal that he bordered on invisible. But Sokolova noticed one detail. His apartment was on the 4th floor of Sofia's building, and his work in mechanical engineering gave him access to precision tools, technical knowledge, familiarity with complex systems. She noted this in her private files, added him to her list of residents to potentially interview, and continued her methodical investigation. Meanwhile, Dmitri watched all of this unfold with growing concern. He'd known that taking Sophia was dangerous, that her disappearance would generate more attention than his previous victims. He'd calculated the risk and accepted it, believing his preparations were sufficient to withstand scrutiny. But Elena's relentless presence in the building worried him. She was there constantly, talking to residents, asking questions, keeping Sophia's face visible on flyers posted in every hallway. And now police were returning, actually investigating, showing a persistence that was unusual for missing person cases. He maintained his routine with rigid discipline. He went to work, performed his engineering duties flawlessly, came home at consistent times. He was politely concerned when neighbors discussed Sophia's disappearance, offering bland sympathies and generic hopes for her safe return. He had several conversations with Elena herself, who knocked on his door asking if he'd seen or heard anything unusual. "I'm so sorry," he'd told her, his face arranged in appropriate sadness. "I keep odd hours with my work. I'm afraid. I rarely notice my neighbors, but I hope you find her. I truly do." Elena had studied his face, looking for the tells that mothers develop, the instinct for danger. She'd seen only sincerity, only concern. She'd thanked him and moved on to the next door. But Dmitri was rattled in ways he hadn't been with previous victims. He couldn't use his workshop, couldn't risk the sounds or smells that might attract attention with so many people suddenly paying attention to the building. His collection sat sealed in the spare room, temperature and humidity controlled, waiting. He'd planned to begin selecting his next subject, but now that was impossible. He was in a holding pattern, forced into dormancy by increased scrutiny. It was during this tense period that a mistake exposed him. Not his mistake, but the building management's. The ancient plumbing in the building finally failed catastrophically. A main water line burst on March 3rd, flooding multiple apartments and requiring emergency repairs. The building management, for once motivated by actual crisis, hired contractors to assess the damage and replace corroded pipes. This meant accessing apartments, checking for water damage and pipe integrity, entering spaces usually protected by the sanctity of locked doors and privacy norms. Dmitri was at work when the contractor knocked on apartment 413. When no one answered, the building manager used his master key, perfectly legal in emergency situations, perfectly catastrophic for Dmitri's carefully maintained secrets. The contractor, a man named Victor who'd been installing Moscow plumbing for 23 years, noticed the smell first, chemical and wrong beneath the normal apartment odors. Then he noticed the locks on the second bedroom door, industrial grade, far beyond normal security concerns. Then he noticed the soundproofing materials visible around the door frame. Victor had watched enough true crime television to feel his stomach drop. He called the building manager, who called the police, who arrived with the suspicious urgency that's absent from most routine calls. They opened the spare bedroom door with bolt cutters, and they found Dmitri's collection. 9 jars containing preserved organs, labeled with names and dates. 3 complete skeletal articulations mounted on medical stands. Tanned hides stretched and stored in climate-controlled cabinets. Detailed photographic documentation of 9 dissections. Surgical equipment precisely arranged. A workshop that looked like a combination of anatomical museum and slaughterhouse. Sofia Zhukova's heart floated in formaldehyde, her name written on the jar's label in Dmitri's neat handwriting. Her skeleton was in early stages of articulation, bones cleaned and waiting to be assembled. Her skin had been carefully removed and treated, stored with the others. The police who entered that room would later require counseling. Several would leave law enforcement entirely, unable to process what they'd witnessed, because this wasn't just a crime scene, it was a cathedral to murder, a life's work of methodical atrocity. Investigator Sokolova arrived at the scene and stood in that doorway, looking at the jars, the bones, the meticulous documentation. She thought about Sophia, about the other victims, about the evil that could exist behind the facade of normalcy. She thought about how close they'd come to never finding this, to Dmitri continuing his work uninterrupted, adding more jars to his collection until the shelves overflowed with preserved horror. An APB went out immediately for Dmitry Konstantinov. Every police unit in Moscow received his photograph, his description, his vehicle information. Airports, train stations, bus terminals, all were alerted. The net drew tight around the city, searching for the engineer who'd transformed 9 women into specimens. But Dmitry was already running. He'd known the moment his phone started buzzing with missed calls from the building management. He'd known with the certainty of someone who'd planned for this contingency, who'd always understood that perfection was impossible and discovery was merely a question of when, not if. He'd left work calmly, walked to his car, and driven toward the one place he'd prepared for this exact scenario, his dacha, a small wooden structure 2 hours outside Moscow, inherited from his mother after her death 3 years prior, remote, isolated, surrounded by birch forest that stretched for kilometers in every direction. He'd renovated it slowly, carefully, installing the same soundproofing and climate control systems he'd used in his apartment, a backup workshop, a contingency plan. He drove through the late afternoon, watching Moscow's urban sprawl dissolve into industrial zones, then small towns, then forest. His mind was remarkably calm, processing the situation with the same analytical precision he applied to engineering problems. The collection was lost. Years of work, gone. But the knowledge remained. The experience remained. The photographs and notes were backed up on encrypted drives, hidden in 3 separate locations. He could start again. He would start again. The dacha appeared as sunset stained the sky orange and purple. Dmitry parked behind the structure, hidden from the dirt road, and entered through the back door. Inside was sparse, a bed, a kitchen table, basic supplies. And downstairs, in the basement he'd excavated himself, his backup workshop waited. He had perhaps 48 hours before they found this place. The dacha was in his name, after all, easily discovered through property records. But 48 hours was enough time for what he planned. Because Dmitry had no intention of being arrested, interrogated, imprisoned. He'd observed enough serial killer cases to know what awaited him. Decades in a concrete box, his work dismissed as insanity, his research destroyed, his legacy reduced to sensational headlines and true crime podcasts. Unacceptable. He would end on his own terms, but not before creating one final specimen, one last demonstration of his art, himself. He'd thought about this scenario before during the long hours between victims. The ultimate act of self-knowledge would be to experience what his subjects experienced, to document his own systematic disassembly. Impossible, of course, one cannot dissect oneself, but he could come close. He spent the first evening making preparations, setting up cameras to record from multiple angles, arranging mirrors so he could observe the procedure, laying out instruments in precise order, writing detailed notes about his intentions, his philosophy, his belief that he'd advanced human knowledge through his work. This would be his confession and his justification, his final statement to a world that would never understand. He tested the rigging system he'd designed, an elaborate mechanism of pulleys and counterweights that would allow him to perform incisions on himself while maintaining the necessary angles. He prepared the drugs, a careful cocktail that would keep him conscious but manage the pain to tolerable levels. Not eliminate it, pain was data, sensation was information, but moderate it enough that he could work. The police found the dacha on the evening of March 5th, 36 hours after discovering his apartment workshop. A team of heavily armed officers surrounded the structure, calling for Dmitry to surrender. Silence answered them. They waited for negotiators, for the tactical team, for all the elaborate machinery of law enforcement to grind into position. Inside, Dmitry was already hours into his final work. He'd made the first incision at dawn, a clean abdominal line, shallower than he'd done on his victims but deep enough to access the peritoneal cavity. The pain was extraordinary, transcendent, a sensation that seemed to fill the entire universe. He'd gasped, nearly dropped the scalpel, but his hands remained steady through decades of practice. He narrated into the camera, his voice tight with controlled agony. Pain is merely the nervous system's alarm. an evolutionary development to prevent damage. But what is damage, really, when the goal is understanding? The body protests its own dissection, but the mind can override these primitive warnings. I am both subject and researcher now, observer and observed. He worked with trembling precision, retracting skin, exposing muscle layers, photographing everything. Blood made the instruments slippery. His heart rate, which he monitored with equipment, was dangerously elevated. Sweat poured down his face, blurring his vision. He removed his own appendix, that useless evolutionary remnant, held it up to the camera, this piece of himself now separate, placed it in a prepared jar. His liver was partially visible. He took samples, cutting into his own flesh, feeling the blade slice through tissue that was simultaneously him and not him. The pain had evolved beyond description. It existed in colors he'd never seen, sounds he'd never heard. His body was screaming for him to stop, to seek help, to let survival instincts override this insane curiosity. But his mind remained focused, clinical, determined to push the experiment to its logical conclusion. Outside, police finally breached the door. They swept through the dacha room by room, weapons drawn, expecting confrontation or ambush. They found the basement door and descended cautiously into Dimitri's final workshop. The scene they discovered would haunt every officer present for the rest of their lives. Dimitri was still alive, barely. He'd progressed further than should have been possible. His abdominal cavity opened, organs exposed and partially removed, blood pooling on the stainless steel table and dripping onto the plastic-sheeted floor. His face was gray with blood loss, eyes fever-bright with shock and pain and something that looked disturbingly like ecstasy. The cameras were still recording, all of it preserved, his self-dissection, his narration, his systematic attempt to transform himself into his final specimen. "Stop," he whispered when he saw the police. "Let me finish, please. I'm so close to understanding." Investigator Sokolova was among the team that entered. She looked at this man who'd murdered 9 women, who'd reduced them to preserved parts and articulated bones, and felt no pity, only a cold satisfaction that his work was ending, that he'd experienced a fraction of the terror he'd inflicted. "Get the paramedics," she ordered. "We're not letting him die. He's going to live to face what he's done." Dimitri tried to speak, to protest, but blood filled his throat. His hands, slippery with his own gore, reached weakly for the scalpel. An officer kicked it away. The world was going dark at the edges, consciousness tunneling down to a pinpoint. His last thought before the blackness claimed him was regret. Not for his victims, but for the incomplete final dissection. For the knowledge that would remain forever out of reach. They saved his life. Advanced trauma surgeons at Moscow's best hospital spent 11 hours repairing the damage he'd inflicted on himself. They restored his organs to their proper positions, closed the wounds, pumped him full of blood and antibiotics and solutions to keep his body functioning, despite his best efforts to destroy it. He woke 3 days later in a hospital bed, handcuffed to the rails, police guards at his door. His body ached with a bone-deep pain that would never entirely fade. His experiment had failed. He would face trial, imprisonment, decades of captivity. But the cameras had recorded everything. His final work existed in documentation, preserved exactly as he'd preserved his victims. There was comfort in that, strange as it seemed. His research would survive him, would be studied, would perhaps inspire others to push past ordinary moral boundaries in pursuit of knowledge. Or so he told himself in the dark hours before dawn, when pain kept sleep at bay and he had nothing but his thoughts and his memories of 9 women who died so he could satisfy his curiosity. The trial of Dmitry Konstantinov began on September 12, 2019, in a Moscow courtroom packed with journalists, families of victims, and curious citizens who'd followed the case through breathless media coverage. The case had dominated Russian news for months. The engineer who'd lived a double life, the apartment workshop of horrors, the gruesome collection of preserved remains. It had everything sensational journalism craved. Intelligence twisted to evil, normalcy concealing monstrosity, and a body count that kept growing as investigators connected Dmitri to additional unsolved disappearances. prosecutors entered 127 separate pieces of evidence. Photographs from Dimitri's collection showing each stage of his dissections. Jars containing organs, each labeled with names and dates. 3 complete skeletal articulations that had once been living women. Detailed journals documenting his methodology, his selection criteria, his philosophical justifications for transforming humans into specimens. And the video from the dacha, his final self-dissection, recorded in agonizing detail. The defense attorney, a weary man named Vadim Orlov who'd been appointed rather than volunteering, had an impossible task. His client had left behind such comprehensive evidence that denial was pointless. The apartment workshop existed. The bodies, or what remained of them, had been identified through DNA analysis. 9 victims confirmed, 3 more suspected but not yet proven. Orlov's only strategy was to argue diminished capacity, to suggest that Dimitri suffered from severe mental illness that prevented him from understanding the wrongness of his actions. It was the legal equivalent of surrender, an acknowledgement that conviction was inevitable, and the only question was whether his client would spend life in prison or a psychiatric facility. The families of the victims attended every day of the trial. Elena Zhukova sat in the front row, her face carved into an expression of controlled grief that never wavered. She looked at Dimitri directly, refusing to let him avoid her gaze, forcing him to see the human cost of his curiosity. Next to her sat the parents of Maria Sokolova, the first victim, who'd spent 2 years not knowing whether their daughter was alive or dead. Behind them, the sister of Anastasia Volkova, the boyfriend of Irina Dmitriev, the friends and family of women whose lives had been cut short so Dmitri could satisfy his obsession with understanding human anatomy. Dmitri showed no remorse. He sat in the defendant's chair with perfect posture, his expression neutral, occasionally taking notes on a legal pad. When he looked at the victims' families, there was no guilt or shame in his eyes, only the same clinical assessment he'd applied to everything, as if he were observing their grief the way an anthropologist might study a foreign culture's funeral rites. The prosecution's case was devastating in its completeness. Medical examiners testified about the precision of the dissections, noting that Dimitri's technique suggested extensive practice and anatomical knowledge far beyond amateur curiosity. Forensic analysts explained how they'd identified victims through DNA extracted from preserved organs and bone samples. Computer experts detailed the encrypted files they'd recovered. Thousands of photographs, detailed notes spanning years, search histories showing research into anatomy, preservation techniques, and ways to avoid detection. A psychiatrist named Dr. Yelena Morozova testified for the prosecution, systematically dismantling the defense's insanity argument. Yes, Dimitri was unusual. Yes, his psychology deviated dramatically from normal human empathy and social bonding. But he understood right from wrong. He understood that society condemned murder. He'd taken elaborate precautions to avoid detection, soundproofing, choosing victims carefully, disposing of evidence, maintaining his normal life facade. These weren't the actions of someone incapable of understanding consequences. These were the actions of someone who understood perfectly and simply didn't care. Mr. Konstantinov is not insane, Dr. Morozova concluded, her voice carrying clearly through the silent courtroom. He is a psychopath. He lacks empathy, views others instrumentally rather than as feeling beings, and pursues his interests without regard for harm caused. But he is entirely rational, entirely aware of social norms, entirely capable of controlling his behavior. He chose not to. That's not mental illness. That's evil. The word hung in the courtroom, evil, not often invoked in psychiatric testimony, too religious and philosophical for clinical diagnosis, but appropriate here, in a case where scientific language felt inadequate to capture the full horror of what had happened. When Dimitri finally testified in his own defense, against his attorney's advice, he spoke calmly and clearly, treating the courtroom as an academic symposium rather than a criminal trial. I understand that society views my work as criminal, he said, his voice carrying none of the emotion that would have been natural for someone facing life imprisonment. But from a purely scientific perspective, what I did advanced human knowledge. Medical students study cadavers, bodies of the dead, opened and examined to teach anatomy. I studied living systems, documented the transition from life to death, preserved specimens with care and precision. The only difference is consent, but consent is merely a social construct. A legal framework, not an absolute moral truth. The courtroom erupted. Families screamed at him. The judge pounded her gavel, calling for order. Elena Zhukova stood up, pointing at Dmitri with a shaking hand. "My daughter was a person," she shouted, her voice cracking with rage. "She had dreams. She had people who loved her. She wasn't a specimen for your collection, you monster. She was a human being." Dmitri turned to look at her, and for just a moment, something flickered across his face. Not remorse, but perhaps recognition that the abstract concept victim connected to actual people with actual grief. Then the moment passed, and his features returned to clinical neutrality. "I understand you're upset," he said, as if addressing a patient with unreasonable complaints. "But emotion doesn't change the factual reality of what I accomplished. Your daughter's anatomy is now preserved for potential future study. In a sense, she's more immortal than she would have been otherwise." Elena lunged toward him. Court officers restrained her. The judge called a recess, and in that chaos, watching from the gallery, investigator Anna Sokolova felt cold certainty settle into her bones. Dmitri would never feel remorse, never understand what he'd done wrong, never be rehabilitated. He was broken in ways that couldn't be fixed, a human machine with critical components missing. The trial lasted 6 weeks. The verdict was never in doubt. Guilty on 9 counts of first-degree murder. Guilty on associated charges of kidnapping, unlawful detention, desecration of human remains, and a dozen other legal violations. The sentencing hearing followed immediately. The judge, a stern woman named Tatiana Volkov, who'd presided over hundreds of criminal cases in her 30-year career, delivered the sentence with visible anger barely contained beneath professional composure. "Mr. Konstantinov," she began, looking directly at him over her reading glasses. "I've seen many criminals in this courtroom. Drug dealers, thieves, rapists, murderers of passion and greed and desperation. But I've never encountered anyone quite like you. You reduced 9 human beings, 9 women with families and friends and futures, to objects for your collection. You documented their deaths with the same clinical detachment one might use to catalog insects. You showed no remorse then, and you show no remorse now." Dmitri sat motionless, his expression unchanged. "Society has debated for centuries whether people like you are sick or evil," the judge continued. "Whether you should be pitied or punished. I don't claim to answer that philosophical question. But I can answer the legal question. You are responsible for your actions. You understood what you were doing, and you must face consequences." She paused, letting the weight of the moment settle. "I sentence you to life imprisonment without possibility of parole, to be served at Correctional Colony Number 6 in the Yamalonenets region. You will spend the remainder of your natural life in isolation from the society you betrayed so thoroughly. You will never walk free again. You will die in prison." Dmitri absorbed this information the way he'd absorbed everything else, with analytical detachment. Life in a Siberian prison colony. Decades of captivity in one of Russia's harshest correctional facilities. Most people would have broken down, but Dmitri merely nodded slightly, as if the judge had announced a weather forecast. He was transported north within a week. Correctional Colony No. 6 squatted in the permafrost beyond the Arctic Circle, surrounded by tundra that stretched endlessly in every direction. Escape was theoretically possible but practically suicidal. Where would you go in wilderness that killed exposed humans within hours? The other prisoners knew who he was. Serial killers occupied a strange position in prison hierarchies, simultaneously feared and despised, granted grudging respect for their body counts while being viewed as fundamentally unclean. Dmitri was segregated for his own protection, spending 23 hours a day in a cell barely larger than a coffin, allowed 1 hour for exercise in a private yard. He adapted with the same methodical precision he'd applied to everything else. He read voraciously medical texts, engineering journals, philosophy, anything that engaged his analytical mind. He wrote letters to researchers and journalists, offering his unique perspective on human anatomy, on the experience of killing, on the psychology of serial murder. Most went unanswered, but a few true crime writers responded, interviewing him for books and articles that would sensationalize his crimes while attempting to understand the mind behind them. He requested and received permission to donate his body to medical science after his death, a final irony that some found darkly appropriate. The man who'd dissected 9 women would himself be dissected, his organs studied, his brain sliced thin and examined under microscopes, researchers searching for the neurological basis of psychopathy in the physical structure of his cerebral tissue. Years passed, a decade, then another. Dmitri aged in his isolation, hair graying, body deteriorating under the harsh conditions and minimal movement. But his mind remained sharp, focused, always returning to his memories of the work he'd done. He thought often about Sofia Zhukova, his last victim, the mistake that had ended his research. He wondered what he might have accomplished with more time, more specimens, more opportunities to document the transition from life to death. The videos and photographs from his collection had been sealed as evidence, forbidden from public viewing, but they existed. Somewhere in a police archive, his life's work was preserved, waiting. Sometimes, in the deepest winter when the Arctic darkness pressed against his cell window like a living thing, he felt something that might have been regret. Not for his victims, he remained incapable of genuine empathy for their suffering, but for himself, for the research interrupted, for the knowledge that remained forever out of reach. Meanwhile, outside the prison walls, the families of his victims tried to rebuild their lives around the holes he'd torn through them. Elena Zhukova never fully recovered. She remained in Moscow, unable to return to St. Petersburg, where every street corner held memories of Sofia as a child, as a teenager, as a young woman full of potential. She joined a support group for families of murder victims, finding some comfort in the company of others who understood the particular grief of losing someone to violence. She became an advocate for missing persons cases, volunteering with organizations that searched for disappeared people, determined that other families shouldn't endure the weeks of terrible uncertainty she'd experienced. She visited Sofia's grave regularly, or rather, the memorial stone they'd placed in a cemetery, since most of Sofia's remains were still held as evidence. She brought flowers. She talked to the stone as if her daughter could hear. She aged rapidly, grief adding decades to her appearance. On the 10th anniversary of Sofia's murder, Elena stood at that memorial stone with tears streaming down her weathered face. "I hope you're at peace," she whispered. "I hope wherever you are, you're free from the horror of those final hours. I hope you know how much you were loved, how much you're still loved. I'm sorry I couldn't protect you. I'm sorry that monster found you. I'm so sorry." The wind carried her words away across the cemetery, past rows of stones marking other lives cut short, other stories of loss and grief. Moscow stretched endlessly around her, 12 million people living their lives, mostly unaware of the predators that moved among them. Because Dmitri wasn't unique. Statistics suggested dozens of active serial killers operated in Russia at any given time, and those were just the ones sophisticated enough to avoid detection. How many more victims were floating in jars in hidden workshops? How many more skeletal articulations hung in soundproofed rooms? How many more monsters wore masks of normalcy, working ordinary jobs, living in ordinary apartments, waiting for the right opportunity to transform their dark fantasies into terrible reality? The case of Dmitry Konstantinov became required study for law enforcement personnel training in criminal psychology and serial murder investigation. His methodical approach, his careful victim selection, his elaborate concealment strategies, all were analyzed, dissected with the same clinical precision he'd applied to his victims. Learn from him, understand him, recognize the warning signs so the next Dmitri could be caught before he filled jars with preserved organs. But understanding a monster doesn't make the victims less dead. It doesn't undo the trauma, doesn't heal the grief, doesn't restore what was taken. Sofia Zhukova would have been 38 years old on the 10th anniversary of her death. She might have advanced in her journalism career, perhaps moved to a bigger publication, maybe won awards for investigative reporting. She might have found love, started a family, traveled to the places she'd dreamed about. She might have published a novel. She'd been working on one, fragments found on her laptop, a story about a woman trying to escape her past. Instead, she became a case file, a victim number, a photograph on a memorial website, a jar in a police evidence room, contents preserved long after the person they belonged to had been reduced to memory and grief. In his cell beyond the Arctic Circle, Dmitry Konstantinov continued his existence, alive but hardly living, his brilliant mind trapped in an aging body in an 8 by 10 foot concrete box. He would die eventually, heart attack, stroke, some failure of the systems he'd once found so fascinating. And when he died, his body would be transported south, delivered to the medical school that had agreed to accept his donation. Students would dissect him, learning anatomy from his preserved remains exactly as he'd planned. They would be told nothing of his history, nothing of his crimes. To them, he would be just another cadaver, another teaching tool, another opportunity to understand the architecture of human flesh. Perhaps there was justice in that. The dissector dissected, the collector becoming part of someone else's collection. But no amount of poetic justice could undo what he'd done. 9 women were dead, 9 families were shattered, 9 futures were erased, and somewhere in the darkness, other monsters were watching, learning, planning their own terrible work. The story of Dmitry Konstantinov and Sofia Zhukova is a reminder that evil doesn't always announce itself with obvious signs. Sometimes it wears a pleasant face, offers help with misdelivered packages, plays classical music while committing atrocities. Sometimes the monster lives next door, smiles in the elevator, maintains perfect normalcy right up until the moment it strikes. Stay vigilant, trust your instincts, and if something feels wrong, if a situation triggers that primal alarm that evolution installed to protect us from predators, listen to it. Because sometimes that uncomfortable feeling is the only warning you'll get before you become another jar in someone's collection. Another name on a memorial stone. Another cautionary tale told in YouTube videos about the darkness that hides in ordinary places. Sofia Zhukova deserved better. They all deserved better. We owe them the vigilance to prevent the next tragedy, the awareness to recognize danger, the courage to act when something seems wrong. Their stories end in horror. But perhaps if we learn from them, if we truly pay attention, we can write different endings for the potential victims who don't yet know they're being watched. That's the only justice we can still offer, the only way to honor the dead by protecting the living. If you're enjoying these stories, don't forget to leave a comment. I'd love to know where you're tuning in from and what time it is in your part of the world. And if you haven't already, make sure to like this video and subscribe so you never miss the next true crime story to help you unwind. Now, let's get into our final story. Story 4. The Tumen Maniac. When darkness wore a human face. Blood doesn't lie, but the man who spilled it, he wore kindness like a mask. 33 graves, 33 families destroyed. One predator who smiled at his neighbors every single morning. Tonight, we're descending into the frozen hell of Siberia, where a killer turned an entire city into his hunting ground for nearly 2 decades. But here's what keeps me awake. While police searched for a monster, he was standing right beside them, offering to help find the bodies. This is the story of Alexander Roscoff, the Tumen Maniac. A serial killer so patient, so calculating, that he buried his victims in his own backyard and invited friends over for barbecues right above their decomposing corpses. Welcome to a nightmare that proves the most terrifying monsters don't hide in shadows. They live next door. Tumen, Russia, a sprawling industrial city trapped between the Ural Mountains and the endless Siberian wilderness, where winter temperatures plummet to 40 degrees below zero, freezing the Tura River into a solid highway of ice, where darkness swallows the sky by 3 in the afternoon, and the bitter cold makes even breathing painful. This is a place where people keep their heads down, their doors locked, and their suspicions to themselves. The perfect breeding ground for a predator. 1995. The city was already dying slowly, suffocating under post-Soviet economic collapse. Factories closed. Jobs vanished. Hope became a luxury nobody could afford. People disappeared into poverty, into addiction, into the vast Siberian landscape where bodies could remain hidden for eternity. So when women started vanishing from the streets of Tyumen, the police barely noticed. Another prostitute gone, another homeless woman disappeared. In a city where survival itself was a daily battle, missing persons were just statistics. Background noise in a symphony of suffering. But someone was counting. Someone was keeping score. Alexander Roscoff appeared to be everything a Soviet man should be. Strong, hardworking, reliable. Born in 1971, he'd grown up in the grinding poverty that defined life in industrial Siberia. His childhood was painted in shades of gray. Concrete apartment blocks, factory smoke, the endless monotony of Soviet life. His father was a violent drunk who beat his mother regularly, transforming their home into a chamber of horrors where young Alexander learned his first lessons about power and pain. He watched his father dominate through fear. He watched his mother submit through terror. And somewhere in that poisonous atmosphere, something inside the boy twisted into a shape that could never be straightened. By his teenage years, Roscoff had discovered something intoxicating: control. Not the brute force his father wielded, but something more refined, more patient. He could smile and people trusted him. He could speak softly and women felt safe around him. He could project normalcy so convincingly that nobody suspected the violent fantasies churning beneath his calm exterior. He was learning to hunt. His first kill came in 1992. He was 21 years old, freshly employed as a truck driver hauling goods across the Tyumen region. The job was perfect. Endless hours alone on desolate highways, legitimate reasons to be anywhere at any time, and access to remote locations where screams would never reach human ears. His victim was a prostitute working the truck stops outside the city. She climbed into his vehicle expecting a transaction. She had no idea she was entering a slaughterhouse on wheels. The details of that first murder remain locked in Roscoff's memory, but the pattern was established. He strangled her, felt her struggle beneath his hands, felt her life drain away as his fingers crushed her throat. And in those final moments, as she thrashed and fought and finally went still, Alexander Roscoff discovered his purpose. He'd found something better than alcohol, better than drugs, better than anything his miserable existence had ever offered. He'd found transcendence in taking life. But unlike the impulsive killers who burn bright and fast before getting caught, Roscoff possessed something far more dangerous: patience. He didn't kill again for months. He waited, studied, learned from his first experience. He analyzed what had gone right, what had nearly gone wrong. He thought about disposal methods, victim selection, risk management. He was teaching himself to become a perfect predator. When he struck again, it was with refined technique. Another prostitute, another strangling, but this time he'd prepared. He'd identified a dump site in advance, a patch of forest outside Tyumen where homeless people sometimes camped, where another body would blend into the landscape of human misery. He wrapped her corpse in plastic sheeting he'd stolen from a construction site. He buried her in a shallow grave, covering it with branches and forest debris. And then he drove home, washed his hands, and slept like a baby. The kills came faster after that. 1993 saw 3 more women disappear. 1994 brought 4 more. By 1995, Alexander Roscoff was killing regularly, his hunting grounds expanding across Tyumen and into the surrounding region. He targeted women nobody would miss: prostitutes, drug addicts, the homeless, the desperate women who sold their bodies for enough money to eat. Society's invisible people, the ones police didn't waste resources searching for. His method was brutally consistent. He'd pick them up, usually offering money for sex. He'd drive to a pre-selected location, somewhere isolated but not so remote that his presence there would seem suspicious. And then, when the moment was right, his hands would find their throats. Some fought harder than others. Some begged. Some prayed. It didn't matter. They all ended the same way: lifeless, their final expressions frozen in terror, their bodies destined for unmarked graves in the Siberian earth. But in 1996, Roscoff made a decision that would eventually doom him. He'd grown tired of the logistical challenges of disposal, tired of driving to remote locations, of digging frozen ground, of the constant risk of being seen dumping bodies. So he brought his graveyard home. He started burying victims in his own backyard, in the garden plot behind his modest house on the outskirts of Tumen. It was insanely bold, psychotically risky, and for years it worked perfectly. His neighbors saw him digging frequently, but this was Russia. Everyone with land maintained a vegetable garden. Growing your own food wasn't a hobby. It was survival. Nobody questioned why Roscoff spent so much time working his soil. Nobody wondered why he sometimes tended his garden at odd hours, by lamplight, when the temperature dropped and the darkness provided cover. They just saw their friendly neighbor, working his land, waving hello, occasionally sharing vegetables from his bizarrely productive garden. The macabre irony was sickening. Roscoff's tomatoes grew fat and red, nourished by the decomposing corpses buried beneath them. His potato plants flourished. His neighbors complimented his gardening skills, asked for advice on fertilizers and soil quality. He'd smile and offer tips, all while standing directly above women he'd murdered and buried like garbage. He even hosted barbecues, inviting friends and neighbors to eat grilled meat and drink vodka on ground that served as a mass grave. The sheer audacity of it, the twisted theatricality, revealed the depth of his psychopathy. He wasn't just killing, he was performing, mocking everyone around him, celebrating his superiority, reveling in the secret knowledge that he was a wolf living among sheep. By the late 1990s, Roscoff had settled into a routine. He worked his legitimate job, maintained his house, interacted normally with neighbors and colleagues, and regularly, methodically, he hunted. Sometimes he'd go weeks between kills. Other times, the urge would consume him within days. The gaps between murders weren't conscience or remorse. They were strategic patience. He killed when he felt safe doing so, when the circumstances were right, when he could indulge his appetite without unnecessary risk. His victim selection expanded slightly over time. While prostitutes remained his primary targets, he occasionally killed other vulnerable women, those he encountered through his work, hitchhikers on remote roads, women drunk or high enough to accept rides from strangers. His only consistent criterion was vulnerability. He hunted women who wouldn't be missed, who operated on society's margins, who'd left no safety net that would catch them when they fell into his trap. The psychological profile emerging from these years reveals a killer of unusual sophistication. Roscoff demonstrated excellent impulse control for a serial murderer, spacing his kills to avoid patterns that might alert police. He showed strong organizational skills, planning murders in advance and preparing disposal sites methodically. He possessed charm and social intelligence, maintaining a convincing mask of normalcy that deflected suspicion. And perhaps most chilling, he displayed zero empathy for his victims, viewing them as objects that existed solely for his gratification. But underneath the careful planning and calculated patience, something was shifting. The kills were becoming less satisfying. The intervals between murders were shrinking. Like an addict requiring increasingly larger doses, Roscoff needed more to achieve the same high. More victims, more risk, more transgression. The psychological literature on serial killers documents this escalation pattern. The compulsion intensifies over time, demanding greater and greater stimulation. Roscoff was accelerating toward a breaking point, even as he continued to evade justice. The year 2000 marked a turning point. Russia was emerging from the chaos of the 1990s. Putin had taken power, bringing a sense of order after Yeltsin's dysfunction. The economy was stabilizing. Police forces were receiving better funding and training. And crucially, missing persons cases that had been ignored during the collapse were finally receiving attention. Families who'd reported daughters and sisters missing were demanding answers. Advocates for sex workers were pushing police to investigate disappearances more seriously. The social conditions that had allowed Roscoff to kill with impunity were slowly changing. But Alexander Roscoff, supremely confident after nearly a decade of successful hunting, didn't adjust his tactics. He continued killing, continued burying bodies in his backyard cemetery, continued believing himself untouchable. His arrogance was becoming his greatest vulnerability, and in the frozen earth of Tumen, 33 secrets waited to be unearthed. The Tumen Police Department in the early 2000s was overwhelmed, understaffed, and demoralized. Detectives were dealing with the aftermath of organized crime's explosive growth during the 1990s, with rampant corruption, with domestic violence cases that seemed to multiply daily. Missing prostitutes barely registered on their priority list. These women lived dangerous lives, moved frequently, disappeared into addiction, or relocated to other cities. Trying to track their movements was considered a waste of limited resources. But Detective Yuri Vasiliev refused to accept that narrative. A 20-year veteran of the force, Vasiliev had watched Tumen descend into chaos during the Soviet collapse, had seen crime evolve from petty theft to organized brutality. He was exhausted, cynical about the system, and harboring serious doubts about whether justice meant anything anymore in modern Russia. But something about the missing women cases gnawed at him. Too many disappearances, too similar in pattern, too concentrated geographically and temporally. In 2003, Vasiliev started compiling data on his own time, mapping disappearances across Tumen and the surrounding region. He built timelines, identified patterns, cross-referenced locations. What emerged made his blood run cold. Over the past decade, at least 30 women had vanished from a relatively small area. All were vulnerable. Prostitutes, addicts, homeless. All disappeared without trace. No bodies discovered. No witnesses. Nothing. This wasn't random. This was predation on an industrial scale. Vasiliev brought his findings to his superiors, expecting resistance. Instead, he found unexpected support. The department's leadership was changing. New commanders, younger investigators who'd been trained in modern criminal psychology and forensic techniques. They recognized what Vasiliev was describing: a serial killer likely still active, operating in their jurisdiction. Resources were allocated. A task force was formed. And for the first time in years, the disappeared women of Tumen had advocates actively searching for answers. The investigation started slowly, methodically. Detectives interviewed families of missing women, trying to reconstruct their final days. They canvassed prostitution zones, speaking with sex workers who might have witnessed abductions. They reviewed unsolved murders across the region, looking for connections. It was grinding, often discouraging work. Witnesses were afraid or unreliable. Evidence was scarce or non-existent. Months passed with minimal progress. Then came the break they'd been desperately seeking, though it arrived in the most unexpected way. April 2005. A water main burst on the outskirts of Tumen, flooding several properties and requiring excavation for repairs. One of the affected properties belonged to Alexander Roscoff. Workers arrived to dig trenches for the repair, got permission from the polite homeowner, and started breaking ground in his backyard. 3 feet down, a shovel struck something that wasn't dirt or rock, something wrapped in plastic, something that made the experienced worker pause, then carefully brush away more soil, then drop his shovel and run to call police. They'd found a body. And when forensic teams began careful excavation of Roscoff's garden, they discovered it wasn't just one body. It was a graveyard, a charnel pit, a killing field disguised as a vegetable patch. Body after body emerged from the earth, women in various stages of decomposition, some recent, others reduced to bones and rotting cloth. The smell was overwhelming, death perfume that clung to investigators' clothes and invaded their nightmares for years afterward. Alexander Roscoff was arrested immediately, while excavation of his property continued. He denied everything at first, claiming the bodies must have been buried by a previous owner, insisting he knew nothing about murders or graves. His performance was Oscar-worthy: confusion, horror, indignation at being accused of such terrible crimes. But his facade crumbled when forensic evidence started piling up. Investigators found victims' belongings in his house: jewelry, identification documents, personal items he'd kept as trophies. They found photographs he'd taken of some victims, horrifying mementos of his conquests. They found tools used for digging, tarps used for wrapping bodies, cleaning supplies purchased in quantities suggesting regular use for something far more sinister than household chores. The evidence was crushing, undeniable, painting a picture of a man who turned his home into a slaughterhouse. But the most damning evidence came from Roscoff himself. After days of interrogation, faced with overwhelming physical evidence and skilled psychological pressure from experienced detectives, he broke. The mask dropped, and the monster underneath started talking. His confession was chilling in its casualness, in the matter-of-fact tone he used to describe atrocities. He detailed his killing method: targeting vulnerable women, offering money or rides, driving to his house, strangling them in his garage or basement, burying them in his garden. He discussed victim selection with the detached analysis of a businessman describing market strategy. He explained his disposal system with pride, almost boasting about the efficiency of his home burial operation. When asked why he killed, Roscoff struggled to articulate a coherent motive. He spoke about feeling powerful during the murders, about the rush of controlling life and death, about sexual gratification mixed with violence. But there was also a hollowness to his explanations, a sense that even he didn't fully understand the compulsion driving him. Like many serial killers, he was describing a hunger without being able to explain why he was hungry. The psychological mechanism was too deep, too twisted, too divorced from normal human motivation for even him to comprehend. The final body count was catastrophic. 33 confirmed victims, possibly more whose remains were too decomposed for identification. 33 women who'd entered Roscoff's trap and never left. 33 families devastated, wondering for years what happened to their daughters, sisters, mothers. The scope of his killing spree placed him among Russia's most prolific serial murderers, ranking alongside monsters like Andrei Chikatilo and Alexander Pichushkin. But numbers couldn't capture the human cost. Investigators had to notify families, had to watch mothers collapse when told their missing daughters were found buried in a killer's garden. They had to identify remains, matching dental records and DNA to bodies that had been underground for years. They had to reconstruct lives from fragments. This victim was 22, had a young son, worked the streets to feed her drug habit. That victim was 35, homeless, struggling with alcoholism, last seen accepting a ride from a friendly truck driver. Each victim had a story. Each represented a life interrupted, dreams destroyed, potential annihilated by a predator's appetite. Marina Volkova, 19 years old, pregnant when she disappeared, her body and her unborn child buried together beneath Roscoff's tomato plants. Svetlana Kuznetsova, 27, a recovering addict trying to rebuild her life, killed during a relapse that led her to prostitution and into Roscoff's vehicle. Olga Petrova, 33, mother of 3, selling sex to pay rent after her husband abandoned the family. The names went on, a litany of tragedy, a testament to how society's failures created hunting grounds for predators. The media descended onto men like locusts, transforming the case into a national sensation. The Garden of Death became the tabloid headline, accompanied by gruesome details and speculation. Reporters interviewed neighbors, who expressed shock. Roscoff had seemed so normal, so friendly. How could they not have known? But there were also hints of willful blindness, of suspicions dismissed, of oddities noticed but never reported. One neighbor remembered thinking it strange how often Roscoff gardened at night. Another recalled a foul smell that summer in the late 1990s explained away as dead animal. The signs had been there, but nobody wanted to see them. Nobody wanted to believe a monster lived next door. Inside the interrogation room, Roscoff oscillated between confession and defiance. Sometimes he seemed almost relieved to be caught, unburdening himself of secrets he'd carried alone for over a decade. Other times he became angry, resentful, blaming his victims for their vulnerability, blaming society for creating conditions that produced someone like him. He showed no remorse, no empathy for the suffering he'd caused. When investigators showed him photographs of victims' families grieving, he looked away, bored. When confronted with the pain inflicted on children who'd lost mothers, he shrugged. Psychologists evaluating Roscoff diagnosed him as a classic psychopath. No conscience, no capacity for genuine emotional connection, no ability to view others as human rather than objects. He displayed the superficial charm common among successful serial killers, the mask of sanity that allowed him to move through society without detection. But beneath that mask was emptiness, a void where empathy and morality should exist. He killed because it satisfied him, and he felt no more guilt about murdering women than normal people feel about swatting mosquitoes. The trial began in late 2005, a media circus that gripped Russia. Prosecutors presented overwhelming evidence: forensic reports, victim identifications, Roscoff's own confessions. The defense attempted to argue diminished capacity, suggesting their client was mentally ill and couldn't be held fully responsible. But Roscoff himself undermined this strategy by appearing lucid, intelligent, and fully aware of right and wrong. He'd simply chosen wrong because it pleased him. Victims' families attended the trial, filling the courtroom with their grief and rage. They shouted at Roscoff, demanding answers, asking why he'd taken their loved ones. He rarely responded, maintaining a stoic expression that infuriated them further. His indifference was its own form of cruelty, a final insult to the people he devastated. The verdict was never in doubt: guilty on 33 counts of murder. The judge's sentencing statement was scathing, describing Roscoff as a predator who'd exploited the vulnerable, who'd murdered with premeditation and hidden his crimes with calculated deception. The court saw no possibility for rehabilitation, no circumstance that might justify mercy. Alexander Roscoff was sentenced to life imprisonment in a maximum security colony, to be served in near-complete isolation. He would spend his remaining years in a concrete cell, locked away from the society he'd terrorized. For families seeking closure, the sentence brought some measure of satisfaction, though nothing could truly compensate for their losses. After Roscoff's conviction, two men struggled with trauma that extended far beyond the victims' families. An entire city had to reconcile with the fact that a serial killer had operated in their midst for over a decade, that neighbors had been burying bodies while they'd been going about their lives completely unaware. The psychological impact rippled through the community like shockwaves from an earthquake, destabilizing assumptions about safety and normality. Roscoff's former neighbors couldn't escape the horror of what they'd unknowingly witnessed. The woman who'd accepted tomatoes from his garden now questioned whether she'd been eating vegetables fertilized by decomposing corpses. The man who'd attended barbecues in Roscoff's backyard couldn't shake the knowledge that he'd been socializing directly above a mass grave. Children who'd played near Roscoff's property were haunted by nightmares, their parents tortured by guilt for not recognizing danger. Real estate values in the neighborhood collapsed. Nobody wanted to live near the Garden of Death. Roscoff's house stood empty for months, a monument to evil that neighbors demanded be demolished. Eventually, local authorities agreed, bulldozing the structure and removing tons of contaminated soil. But even after physical erasure, the location remained cursed in collective memory, avoided by pedestrians, a gap in the urban landscape that would never fully heal. For the families of victims, Roscoff's imprisonment brought complicated emotions rather than simple closure. Yes, the killer was caught. Yes, justice had been served in the legal sense. But daughters and mothers and sisters were still gone, stolen by a predator who'd shown no remorse. Many families struggled with survivors' guilt. Why had their loved one been targeted while others escaped? Some directed anger at police for failing to investigate missing persons cases more aggressively in the 1990s. Others blamed themselves for not protecting their vulnerable family members more effectively. Marina Volkova's mother became a vocal advocate for sex workers' rights and better police response to missing persons cases. She testified before regional government committees, demanding systemic changes to prevent future predators from exploiting vulnerable women. Her advocacy was fueled by rage and grief, channeling her pain into activism that might save other families from similar devastation. She founded a support group for families of murder victims, creating space for shared grief and collective healing. The psychological professionals treating survivors and witnesses reported consistent patterns of trauma symptoms. Nightmares featuring Roskov's face, anxiety about personal safety, hypervigilance about strangers, difficulty trusting neighbors or community members. The murders had shattered fundamental assumptions about human goodness, replacing them with paranoid awareness that monsters could wear ordinary faces. Tyumen's collective psyche had been poisoned, requiring years of processing and recovery. Detective Yuri Vasiliev, the investigator whose persistence had ultimately focused attention on the disappearances, struggled with his own complicated feelings. Pride in solving the case mixed with guilt about the years of inaction before he'd begun investigating. He wondered constantly whether earlier intervention might have saved some victims, whether his initial dismissal of the missing persons reports represented a fatal mistake. He retired from police work shortly after the trial, unable to continue in a profession that now symbolized both his greatest success and his deepest regrets. The case also sparked broader conversations about social vulnerability and systemic failures that created hunting grounds for predators. Roskopf had specifically targeted women operating on society's margins: prostitutes, addicts, homeless individuals. His victim selection reflected a cruel calculus. These were women nobody would aggressively search for, women whose disappearances could be rationalized as personal choices or unfortunate outcomes of dangerous lifestyles. This targeting wasn't unique to Roskopf. Serial killers throughout history have demonstrated similar patterns, exploiting populations that society deems disposable or unworthy of protection. Women involved in prostitution face dramatically elevated murder rates compared to general populations, yet police resources devoted to investigating their disappearances remain inadequate. The systemic devaluation of certain lives creates opportunities for predators to kill repeatedly without meaningful interference. Advocacy groups seized on the Tyumen maniac case to demand better protections for vulnerable women. They pushed for increased police patrols in prostitution zones, better social services for addicts and homeless individuals, decriminalization of sex work to bring it out of shadows where predators thrive. Some reforms were implemented. Tyumen police established a specialized unit for investigating crimes against sex workers. Outreach programs provided support services. Emergency hotlines offered resources for women in dangerous situations. But systemic change proved frustratingly slow. Budget constraints limited program effectiveness. Societal stigma against prostitutes and addicts remained entrenched. Politicians were reluctant to champion causes that might alienate conservative voters. The institutional failures that had enabled Roskov's killing spree persisted, creating conditions where future predators might operate with similar impunity. Inside Russia's prison system, Alexander Roskov adapted to his new existence with the same calculating patience he'd displayed as a killer. He was housed in the maximum security colony at Vologda, one of Russia's harshest penal institutions. His cell was small, cold, designed for psychological breakdown. He was isolated from other prisoners. Serial killers face extreme violence from fellow inmates who view them as targets, and limited to 1 hour of exercise daily in a small yard surrounded by high walls. Psychologists attempting to study Roskov's mental state found him frustratingly opaque. He participated in interviews because they provided human contact and broke the monotony of isolation, but he revealed little genuine insight into his motivations or psychology. He described his crimes in flat, emotionless language, as if recounting someone else's actions. When pressed about feelings or moral considerations, he became evasive or simply stated he didn't experience emotions the way normal people did. Over time, Roskov developed a reputation among prison staff as a model inmate, compliant, quiet, causing no disciplinary problems. But this behavior wasn't rehabilitation. It was survival strategy, the same calculated manipulation he'd employed to avoid detection while killing. He understood that good behavior might eventually earn him minor privileges, that maintaining a low profile reduced his risk of violence from other inmates. His compliance was performance, not genuine change. Some true crime enthusiasts and amateur criminologists became obsessed with the Tyumen maniac case, corresponding with Roskov through the prison mail system. They sent letters asking about his crimes, his mindset, his experiences. A few were genuinely interested in understanding serial killer psychology. Others were disturbed individuals seeking connection with someone famous for monstrous acts. Roscoff occasionally responded, enjoying the attention, carefully crafting replies that revealed nothing substantive while encouraging continued correspondence. This phenomenon, the celebrity accorded to serial killers by certain segments of the public, troubled victims' families deeply. They watched their loved one's murderer receive fan mail, saw online forums discussing him with fascination rather than condemnation. The cultural commodification of serial murder, the transformation of killers into dark celebrities, felt like additional violation, another way their trauma was being exploited for entertainment. Meanwhile, the investigation into Roscoff's crimes continued even after his imprisonment. Cold case detectives from surrounding regions contacted Tumen authorities, wondering whether unsolved murders in their jurisdictions might be connected to the captured killer. Roscoff had worked as a truck driver, traveling extensively across western Siberia. It was entirely possible he'd killed in multiple locations, burying victims far from Tumen where they'd never be found. Several unsolved cases showed similarities to Roscoff's known murders. Strangulation, vulnerable female victims, bodies dumped in isolated locations. But without physical evidence or confession linking him to these crimes, prosecutors couldn't charge him. Roscoff himself refused to discuss any murders beyond the 33 confirmed cases, perhaps holding information as leverage for potential future negotiations, perhaps simply enjoying the knowledge that mysteries remained unsolved. The uncertainty tormented families of women missing from regions where Roscoff had traveled. Was their daughter among his unacknowledged victims? Had he killed their sister and left her body somewhere never to be discovered? These families existed in agonizing limbo, unable to achieve closure, their grief compounded by uncertainty. Forensic teams eventually excavated several locations identified through Roscoff's travel records and testimony from acquaintances who remembered him mentioning specific sites. Additional bodies were discovered at 3 locations, 2 in forests outside Tumen, 1 near a truck stop in a neighboring region. DNA analysis confirmed these victims weren't among the 33 already counted, bringing his confirmed total to 36. But investigators believed more victims existed, buried in forgotten graves across the Siberian landscape, their locations known only to a killer who'd taken those secrets to prison. As years passed, media attention gradually shifted away from the Tumen maniac case toward newer horrors and scandals. But for those most directly affected, victims' families, investigators who'd worked the case, neighbors who'd lived near the killing field, the trauma remained perpetually fresh. Every anniversary of a murder, every birthday of a daughter who'd never age, every holiday season without loved ones reopened wounds that never fully healed. Survivors reported feeling trapped in time, unable to move forward while Roscoff remained alive. His continued existence felt like ongoing injustice, a constant reminder that he'd stolen lives yet kept his own. Some lobbied for capital punishment's reinstatement in Russia specifically for serial murderers, arguing that monsters like Roscoff forfeited their right to live. Others found this position morally troubling, believing that state-sanctioned killing would reduce society to the murderer's level. These debates about punishment, justice, revenge, and healing revealed the profound philosophical challenges posed by extreme evil. How should society respond to individuals who commit atrocities without remorse? What punishment sufficiently addresses serial murder? How do survivors achieve meaningful closure when the perpetrator shows no genuine contrition? The questions had no satisfying answers, only ongoing struggles to find meaning in senseless tragedy. To understand Alexander Roscoff requires confronting uncomfortable truths about human nature, about how ordinary-seeming individuals can harbor monstrous capacities. Criminal psychologists have studied serial killers for decades, developing profiles and identifying patterns. Yet each case reveals unique elements that resist simple categorization. Roscoff embodied many classic characteristics while simultaneously displaying aspects that distinguished him from other predators. The fundamental question, what creates a serial killer, has generated extensive research and competing theories. Biological factors clearly play roles. Brain imaging studies have identified structural abnormalities in serial killers' brains, particularly in regions governing empathy, impulse control, and moral reasoning. Genetic research suggests certain individuals inherit predispositions toward aggression and reduced emotional regulation. But biological factors alone don't create killers. Millions of people have similar brain structures or genetic profiles without becoming violent criminals. Environmental factors prove equally significant. Roscoff's childhood featured the toxic elements commonly found in serial killers' backgrounds: parental violence, emotional neglect, exposure to brutality as normal domestic behavior. Children who witness chronic domestic violence often develop distorted understanding of relationships and power dynamics. They may internalize lessons about domination and submission, viewing violence as a legitimate method for asserting control. Some become victims who repeat patterns they observed. Others become perpetrators who embrace the aggressor role. But again, causation isn't simple. Most children from violent homes don't become serial murderers. Something additional occurs in individuals like Roscoff, some coalescence of biological vulnerability and environmental stressors, and perhaps random developmental factors that produces a predator. The exact mechanism remains mysterious, frustrating researchers seeking clear explanations. Psychopathy represents another crucial element. Roscoff displayed textbook psychopathic traits: superficial charm, absence of genuine empathy, inability to form authentic emotional connections, manipulativeness, grandiosity, complete lack of remorse. Psychopathy is believed to have strong genetic components, though environmental factors influence whether psychopathic traits manifest as criminal behavior or get channeled into legal but ethically questionable pursuits like corporate ruthlessness or political manipulation. Approximately 1% of the general population exhibits psychopathic personality traits, yet only a small fraction become violent criminals. Most psychopaths never kill anyone. They may engage in fraud, manipulation, emotional abuse, but they don't commit murder. What pushes some psychopaths towards serial killing, while others remain nonviolent, remains unclear. Researchers have identified potential factors: sadistic personality features, sexual paraphilia, substance abuse, opportunity, cultural context, but no definitive model explains the transition from psychopathy to serial murder. Roscoff's victim selection reflected both practical considerations and psychological needs. He targeted vulnerable women because they were accessible and their disappearances drew minimal police attention. But he also specifically chose women engaged in prostitution, possibly because their sexual availability triggered whatever complex psychosexual dynamics drove his violence. Many serial killers demonstrate specific victimology patterns related to their personal psychological issues. Roscoff's pattern suggested deep-seated rage toward women, particularly women expressing sexual agency through prostitution. Some psychologists theorized Roscoff was reenacting childhood trauma, symbolically murdering representations of his mother, whom he'd watched being victimized by his father. Others suggested he was expressing rage at rejection or sexual inadequacy, destroying women who reminded him of his own powerlessness. These interpretations remain speculative. Roscoff himself couldn't or wouldn't provide genuine insight into his psychological motivations. Like many serial killers, he described his urges as compulsions he didn't fully understand, drives that demanded satisfaction regardless of moral considerations. The ritualistic aspects of his murders offered additional clues about psychological function. He always strangled victims, a method requiring sustained physical contact and effort. Unlike shooting or stabbing, which create distance between killer and victim, strangulation forces prolonged intimate engagement with the dying process. Killers who strangle are often seeking specific psychological experiences: the feeling of power as life drains away, the control over another person's most basic function, breathing, the extended timeline that allows savoring of the experience. Roscoff kept trophies from victims: jewelry, identification, photographs. This collecting behavior is common among serial killers, serving multiple psychological functions. Trophies allow reliving murders through associated objects, providing satisfaction between kills. They represent conquests, physical proof of the killer's power and success. They also demonstrate the profound objectification of victims, reducing human beings to collections of items, possessions to be acquired and cataloged. His decision to bury victims in his backyard revealed extreme narcissism and risk-taking that escalated over time. Initially, he disposed of bodies in remote locations, following conventional serial killer logic about minimizing discovery risk. But burying victims at home demonstrated growing confidence bordering on omnipotence fantasy. He believed himself so clever, so superior to authorities and neighbors, that he could literally live on top of his crimes without detection. This arrogance is typical of psychopathic serial killers whose grandiosity convinces them they're playing a game they cannot lose. The fact that he hosted social gatherings above buried corpses represented the ultimate expression of his contempt for society. He was performing elaborate theater, mocking everyone around him, celebrating his secret superiority. Each barbecue was a private joke, a demonstration that he existed beyond normal moral and legal constraints. The psychological satisfaction derived from this deception may have rivaled the satisfaction from killing itself. Comparing Roscoff to other Russian serial killers reveals both commonalities and distinctions. Andrei Chikatilo, the Rostov Ripper, killed at least 52 people between 1978 and 1990, targeting children and young women. Chikatilo displayed similar psychopathic traits and childhood trauma, but his murders were more frenzied, more overtly sadistic, involving extensive mutilation and cannibalism. His killing was explosive, chaotic, driven by sexual compulsion he described as overwhelming. Roscoff, by contrast, was methodical. His murders were efficient executions rather than frenzied attacks. He strangled quickly, buried systematically, maintained rigid control throughout the process. This distinction suggests different psychological drivers. Where Chikatilo seemed consumed by uncontrollable urges that erupted violently, Roscoff appeared to kill with cold calculation, satisfying appetites through disciplined predation rather than explosive rage. Alexander Pichushkin, the chessboard killer, murdered at least 49 people between 1992 and 2006, attempting to kill 64 victims to fill a chessboard's squares. Pichushkin killed primarily men, using blunt force trauma, often in Moscow's Bitsa Park. His motivation combined desire for notoriety with quasi-philosophical beliefs about superiority and the meaninglessness of others' lives. He wanted fame, wanted to surpass Chikatilo's victim count, wanted to be remembered as Russia's most prolific killer. Roscoff differed significantly from Pichushkin. He sought no fame, took no pleasure in publicity, never expressed desire for recognition. His satisfaction came from the acts themselves and from successfully deceiving everyone around him, not from public acknowledgement. Where Pichushkin was theatrical, leaving victims in public spaces and practically begging to be caught and celebrated, Roscoff was secretive, burying evidence and maintaining anonymity until accidental discovery exposed him. These comparisons illuminate the diversity among serial killers, the variety of psychological profiles and motivational structures. They're not interchangeable monsters, but individuals with distinct psychologies, different needs driving similar outcomes. Understanding these differences matters for criminal profiling, investigation strategies, and potentially prevention efforts. The question of whether serial killers like Roscoff can be rehabilitated generates intense debate. Most forensic psychologists believe genuine rehabilitation is impossible for psychopathic serial murderers. The core personality deficits, lack of empathy, absence of conscience, inability to form authentic emotional connections, appear to be structural features that resist therapeutic intervention. Treatment programs can teach psychopaths to mimic appropriate emotional responses and modify behavior for strategic reasons, but they cannot instill genuine moral feeling or empathy. Some researchers argue for continued study of imprisoned serial killers, suggesting their cooperation in research might generate insights valuable for prevention. If scientists better understood the biological and psychological mechanisms producing serial murderers, perhaps interventions could be developed for at-risk individuals before they kill. This utilitarian argument, that even monsters might contribute to preventing future monsters, strikes many as morally repugnant, particularly victims' families who see it as glorifying killers and exploiting their crimes for academic purposes. Others contend that studying serial killers is futile because they're manipulative liars who enjoy misleading researchers. Roscoff demonstrated this pattern, participating in interviews but revealing nothing genuine, performing cooperativeness while maintaining absolute psychological opacity. Serial killers often view researchers as new victims to manipulate, games to play that break prison monotony. The insights they provide may be carefully constructed fictions designed to maintain control and attention. The broader social implications of the Tumen maniac case extend beyond individual psychology. Roscoff's ability to kill 36 confirmed victims over 13 years without detection revealed systemic failures that enabled his predation. Police indifference to missing prostitutes, social stigma that devalued certain lives, economic collapse that created vulnerable populations, lack of coordination between jurisdictions. All these factors combine to create an environment where serial murder could flourish. Addressing these systemic issues requires confronting uncomfortable truths about how societies create conditions for predation. When certain populations are deemed disposable or unworthy of protection, when resource constraints force police to triage investigations based on victim worthiness, when economic devastation pushes people into dangerous survival strategies, predators find opportunities. Preventing serial murder requires more than catching individual killers. It requires building societies that protect all members, particularly the most vulnerable. Some criminologists argue for harm reduction approaches to sex work, suggesting that decriminalization and regulation would bring prostitution into legal frameworks where worker safety could be monitored and violence prosecuted more effectively. Others advocate for enhanced social safety nets that provide alternatives to survival sex work, addiction treatment programs that address underlying issues driving vulnerability, affordable housing initiatives that reduce homelessness. These preventive strategies face significant political and cultural obstacles. Conservative elements view decriminalization as moral surrender, addiction treatment as coddling criminals, social spending as wasteful. The political will to implement comprehensive vulnerability reduction programs rarely materializes, leaving marginalized populations exposed to predation. Roscoff's victims paid the price for societal failures to protect them, becoming collateral damage in policy debates and budget battles. The case also raises questions about evil itself, its nature, its origins, its relationship to human psychology and morality. Philosophers have debated evil for millennia without reaching consensus. Is evil a real quality that exists independently, or merely a label applied to extreme violations of social norms? Are people like Roscoff born evil, or does evil emerge through corrupting life experiences? Can evil be understood scientifically, or does it represent something beyond materialist explanation? Religious perspectives offer different frameworks. Some theological traditions view serial killers as demon-possessed or corrupted by supernatural malevolence. Others see them as humans who've completely surrendered to sin, rejecting divine grace and moral law. These spiritual interpretations provide meaning systems that secular psychology doesn't, frameworks for understanding monstrosity in metaphysical rather than purely material terms. Victims' families often struggled with these questions. Some found comfort in religious belief, trusting that divine justice would ultimately prevail even if earthly justice felt inadequate. Others abandoned faith entirely, unable to reconcile a supposedly benevolent deity with the suffering Roscoff had inflicted. The theological problem of evil: if God is omnipotent and benevolent, why does extreme evil exist? Became personally urgent rather than abstract philosophical puzzle. For secular observers, Roscoff represented the darkest possibilities of human nature, proof that consciousness can generate beings capable of monstrous acts without supernatural explanation. This realization is terrifying. Monsters aren't external forces but potential expressions of humanity itself, aberrations that nevertheless emerge from the same biological substrate as normal people. The distance between ordinary human and serial killer might be smaller than we want to believe, separated by neurological luck and environmental factors beyond individual control. The legacy of Alexander Roscoff extends beyond his individual crimes. He became a symbol of vulnerability's exploitation, of how predators target those society fails to protect. He demonstrated how ordinary appearances conceal monstrous realities, how neighbors can be killers, how evil wears human faces indistinguishable from normal ones. His case reinforced awareness that serial killers aren't Hollywood creations but real phenomena requiring vigilance and systemic response. In Tumen, his name became synonymous with horror, spoken in hushed tones, invoked as cautionary tale for younger generations. Parents warned daughters about accepting rides from strangers, about the dangers lurking in ordinary interactions. The collective trauma reshaped community culture, introducing suspicion and wariness where openness had previously existed. This was part of Roscoff's legacy. Not just the specific lives he took, but the broader psychological damage inflicted on an entire city. For law enforcement, the case became a training example of both investigative failure and eventual success. Early mistakes, ignoring missing persons reports, failing to identify patterns, under-resourcing investigations, were studied as cautionary lessons about the costs of systemic blind spots. But the eventual breakthrough demonstrated the value of persistent investigation, pattern recognition, and forensic methodology. Tumen police incorporated lessons learned into training programs, hoping to better identify and interdict future predators before body counts reached catastrophic levels. Criminology students studied the case as illustration of victim selection patterns, disposal methodology, and psychopathic personality structure. It joined the canon of landmark serial killer cases used for educational purposes, analyzed in textbooks and documentaries. This academic attention sometimes felt ghoulish to victims' families, their loved ones reduced to case studies and data points. But advocates argued that learning from tragedy might prevent future tragedies, that understanding predators' methods could save lives. As decades pass since Roscoff's arrest, the case gradually transitions from current event to historical incident. Younger generations know it as past horror rather than lived experience. But for those most affected, the families who lost daughters and sisters and mothers, the neighbors who unknowingly socialized with a serial killer, the investigators who excavated the Garden of Death, the trauma remains perpetually present. Time doesn't heal these wounds. It merely provides distance that allows functioning despite permanent damage. Alexander Roscoff continues serving his life sentence in isolation, aging slowly in concrete confinement. He reportedly maintains the same flat affect, the same emotional emptiness that characterized him during trial. Prison psychologists describe him as unchanged, still displaying core psychopathic traits, still showing no genuine remorse. He exists in legal and physical captivity but remains psychologically free from moral constraint, untroubled by conscience that never developed. His ultimate fate, dying in prison, likely from age-related illness or prison violence, will bring no real closure to those he devastated. His death will be merely biological fact, not moral resolution. The suffering he caused will outlive him by generations, radiating through families and community long after his corpse is buried in an unmarked prison grave. The Garden of Death has been paved over, the physical location erased. But memory persists. Tumen still carries the scars, still bears the knowledge that absolute evil walked its streets wearing an ordinary face. And in that knowing, in that permanent wariness, lies perhaps the truest legacy of the Tumen maniac. The lesson that monsters are real, that they live among us, and that vigilance against darkness is the price of civilization's fragile safety. Thank you for watching and being part of this dive into the dark and fascinating stories that keep us all on edge. If you enjoyed the ride, remember to like, subscribe, and share with others who crave a good mystery. Tell us where you're watching from. I love knowing where in the world our true crime family is tuning in. Your presence means a lot. Until next time, stay safe, stay curious, and keep digging into the shadows where truth and mystery meet.